Hey, what is up, collecting crew? This is How You Figure, episode 5. I'm Jay Feezy, and this is Feezy's Figures. Yeah, How You Figure. Man, it's been a minute since I've done one of these. Episode 5, right? As you can tell, the couple of years I've already been streaming, we're only on episode 5. But yeah, thank you for joining me this evening. For those of you that aren't aware, How You Figure is a separate live stream / video series where I usually discuss a topic within a discussion topic within the collecting world and within the hobby, and it varies. The previous 4 I've done so far, I've discussed variants of that discussion on whether they're good or bad, or if they're cash grabs. I did one on plastic accessories versus premium quality accessories, and I did one on Catwoman. And speaking of, I did a 2023 recap of Hot Toys. So yeah, be sure to check that out on my channel. There's a playlist going on of all 4, pretty soon 5 episodes on there if you've missed those and you're interested. And if I remember, I'll put a link in the description later on after the stream. Speaking of, you can also find the timestamps in the description below after the stream is over with, as well as the links to my guests, my panelists, their social media feeds, their YouTube channels, whatever they got going on. I'll be sure to put that in the description for you all to check them out later on and show them some love. And or you can catch the links in my Friends of the Channel section of my YouTube channel. So those will be in there as well. Let me see, anything else I'm forgetting? Making sure I got everything covered. But yeah, it's been a minute. We got a lot, I think, to talk about, but we should be good, right? Just going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to this one. This has been a stream that's kind of been in the works. I've been working on this, and I was supposed to have it this past weekend, but there was a lot more that I had to do. So yeah, I had to put all my slides together, get my information, my ducks in a row, and yeah, it was fun though. There's some things where I was looking back and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, this happened, or this figure came out, and yeah, it's cool when I do a stream like this, because then it makes me realize some of the stuff that I forgot. And hopefully, I can reignite some of that, either bring that fresh in your head, or reignite some fire, something that kicks within you to be like, oh yeah, I want to get that figure now, or something like that. I don't know. It's always bad to go back and buy backwards, but some of these figures may still be available. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll go over highs, lows. It'll be front loaded with Hot Toys, not gonna lie, because obviously there's the biggest contender here, a 1/6 scale. This is mostly going to be 1/6 scale, as I mentioned, just a recap of 2024. So I won't go over every single figure, just kind of, like I said, the highlights, some highs, lows. We'll go over some of the controversies that some of the collectors had, like some of the disagreements. I have a quiz lined up, so we'll start off with that in the beginning. As soon as I get all my panelists in here, I got a couple with me tonight. So speaking of, let me go and introduce them, bring them in. We have, again, apologies for the delay in getting started. We had technical difficulties, and I have another guest that's going to join us, so hopefully that gets situated. You guys know how that is, right? The whole can you hear me? How about now? You're muted type of thing. I'm sure you're all familiar with that. But all right, having said that, let me bring in my guests. We have X-Man Supreme, Blue Tattoo, and just joining us just in time, S-Beam in the house.
Hello,
gentlemen,
hello.
what is up?
How's it going?
It's going good. And thank you.
Yeah.
Let me know in the chat also, and you guys are in the panelists, if our audio's coming in okay. Like I mentioned, there was technical difficulties earlier, so we got the music going on, so let me know if the music's too loud or not loud enough, then vice versa. You guys let me know, and then our audios as well, our mics and how everything's sounding. We want to make sure we sound good for you guys. And we may have a couple more people joining us later on, so we'll see how that goes. We'll wait for at least one more person before we get started. But gentlemen, man, another year. I did my first stream of the year with Hot Talk last week on Thursday, right? So be sure to check that out if you missed it, episode 11. That was my first stream of the year. But yeah, man, can you imagine, or can you believe we've already gone through a year, and it's already been a whole year of collecting?
Yeah,
2 years
definitely.
of figures.
Definitely a year.
You said 2 years?
2 years of figures in this 1 year. Man, geez.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff, man. There's a lot of good stuff, and it's not going to stop. So keep that in mind as we discuss these figures. We just, like I said, we just started a new year, and it ain't stopping. They're not stopping anytime soon. If anything, it's going to increase. So brace yourselves. So,
This-
like I said, we
this
have
is my,
one more. What's that?
I was gonna say this is my 11th year collecting. It
11th
ain't stopping.
year. Oh, nice.
It ain't stopping, man.
Yeah, right. So real quick, while we're waiting on our other person here, what are your overall thoughts and impressions from when you first started to now? I mean, can you give me like high level thoughts on that, and where the collecting community or just collecting the hobby in general is at right now? Blue?
Oh,
You're the veteran here. Yep.
Yeah,
yeah.
11 years.
Oh man. Just mainly like them damn prices going up. And it's also been great because like there new people come in like X-Man, the year 2, and meeting all these awesome people that coming into the community. That's what it's been awesome.
Yeah,
and it's
for
never
sure.
hasn't gotten old yet.
Yeah, well, that's good to hear, man. That's good to hear that there's I'm sure there's people out there who have the same thoughts as you, right? Who are still in it, and it's still just as new, or still it's have that feeling, that excitement that collecting brings you in. And of course, meeting new people, man. Yeah, I agree. Especially that's one of the advantages here of being in the hobby. As Beam, what about you? Any thoughts or highlights from your years of collecting so far, just where it was and where it is now?
Oh, the highlights, just definitely basically seeing all the ingenuity coming out, everything that's changed over the years, whether it be battery to USB or just the advancement of head sculpts. That's been awesome. I mean, I've been collecting for only 9, but Blue's got 2 years on me, so. But yeah, again, echoing what Blue said, it's just, meeting all the great people. All of us helping, definitely me and you helping each other out with each other's channels and being guests, and
Yeah, for sure, man.
it's been a fun ride.
Yeah, and for those of you that aren't aware, S Beam's has been there since the beginning, man. You can go back and check the tapes since episode 1, as cringy as it is. That's he's been there, and before, no one really knew me. I was just in chats, and S Beam was there showing support, so he's been there since day 1, man, and I really appreciate you for that. And then of course Blue followed shortly after, just because obviously they're on the same channel, Collector's Figure. Then introduced me to Blue, and we got to get to know each other, and so then we just build that relationship, and it's been awesome, man. I'm looking forward to eventually meeting you guys, and Dave also as well. If you're able to make it out at some event someday, we can all meet up, and that goes the same for all the other collectors out there. Like I mentioned in my previous stream, and of some of you, if you've seen the post, CaliCon 2025, that's an opportunity. But if not, I'm sure there'll be many others. So, and I'll touch on that again after later on the stream towards the end when I go over some announcements. But Dave, X-Men Supreme, I think you're fairly new to the hobby, kind of similar to me. But just in your years collecting so far, any highlights that you any impressions so far that come to mind for you?
Well, being that I just started 6 scale in 2022, like right after the Batman hit, that's when I jumped in.
Gotcha.
Because I wanted that Batmobile and I wanted that figure.
Yeah.
And just in the last couple of years, I've definitely noticed like a change in volume. And I don't know if this is like the ebb and flow of things, but I noticed like I was more conservative with it when I started out.
Yeah.
And I noticed like a lot more stuff has been coming out since I started, and I've been in it, and I noticed like this last few months with these early releases, and with the the more immediate stuff, and and just the onslaught of end of year, it was crazy, dude. Like I had the Artisan Jack Sparrow on order. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have to let this guy go. I'm not ready for this right now. So I moved him on to somebody else, and I was like, nope, I can't do it. So then I found somebody else who got a waitlist conversion. So now I've got 2 that I'm juggling, one going to somebody else, one coming to me, and like I'm learning the dance, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. I've been in that situation, man. Yeah, I definitely feel I've been in that situation. Yeah, so
but it helped me to learn what's really most important, though. Like when you get in that spot, you're like, okay, what do I keep? What do I get rid of? You really figure out what you really want to focus on. So that's been pretty cool to learn that. Yeah.
And that's something I'll touch on also. Yeah, because I mean, again, I'm in that same situation where I kind of like a lot of other collectors, right? We've all been collecting about the same amount of time, or others who the veterans like Bluebeam here. You know, they know about curating and space limitations, and as well as most of the collectors here. So I'll touch on that again later. But before we get this quiz, I just realized the other person we're waiting for doesn't really collect Hot Toys per se, so he may not fare too well in the quiz regardless. So I think we'll go and get started. But before I do, I gotta address those of you who've been supporting me as well, who've also been with me since day one, or who just came on recently to support me. Either way, any time frame, whether it was from the beginning or just recently, my supporters, those of you in the chat, love you all, appreciate you all. Much love to everybody in there who's supported me since day one, and at any point, you know, because as you guys know, compared to others out there, my channel's not that big, so all your support that you have shown me and the viewers, subscribers I have so far, always much appreciated. So let me address the chat here. We got first in the house, Sin. Good evening, chat. Good evening, Sin. Thank you for coming and joining and watching and tuning in, man. Good to have you here. X-Man Supreme, being active in chat as well. Love to see it. As well as S-Beam, warming up the crowd. Geo, the movie canon. What is up, Geo? Evening Collectors, another friend of the channel, so be sure to check out his channel if you haven't already, and show him some love if you like the content he's making. Yeah, because he's making some good stuff, man. He's got games going on in his streams, and he puts a lot of work and effort into his streams. So yeah, go check him out, and maybe something you enjoy if you're not already. So thanks for coming through, Geo. Thanks for coming through. Let's see here. Make sure I don't forget Blue Tattoo also warming up the chat. Thank you, Blue, for doing that. Panelists, man, I love it. Each one of you are in there. Love to see it. Let's see here. Valkyrie Magnus in the house. What is up? Good evening, Valkyrie Magnus. Thank you for coming through, man. Thank you for coming through. You're able to make it this time. Yeah, glad to see it. Let's see here. I know this is late, you know, for me being on the West Coast, and most of the time it's going to be late for other people's, and I know most of you catching it on the replays. So, but I get it, man. I get it. So whenever a view's a view, that's what I always say. So if you're not able to watch it live, no worries. You know, it's always, the replay is always there, and that same thing happens to me too. I can't catch every stream, so I'm always catching the replay. But either way, I appreciate the time that you spend watching the videos and my videos. So thank you. Mitchell Lawrence in the house, passing through. Thank you for passing through, man. Even if it's just a pit stop, it's all good. Yeah, thank you for at least stopping by and saying what's up. So hopefully you're having a good evening and all is well. But yeah, thanks again for coming through, man. Mitchell Lawrence. Tijuana Mike, aka King Churro, another one who's been here for a while. Continued support. Thank you for coming through, Mike. Hello, gentlemen, collectors. Hello, good sir. All right. Okay, and I think we got everyone here. I see. Let me see here if we got the other person we were waiting for is arrived. Let me see if he's ready. Michael Elliott, can you hear us? I don't think he can, so I'll leave him there, but I'll mute him and see when he's ready, if his video comes on. So let me see if I can mute him here. All right, so like I mentioned, we have I got a quiz lined up. It's a good way to start off this kind of one for one, because not only will this be fun for you all, there's also some good information here that I was actually kind of surprised with when I was putting together. It's the same thing I did last year. Again, the 2023 recap for Hot Toys. I started with the quiz at the beginning, and so it's going to be similar to that. And then feel free in the chat to play along and guess as well. Panelists. So honor system. There's going to be a friendly competition here. I got 5 questions lined up, or let me see, is it 5 or 6? 6, I believe it is. 5 or 6. Pretty simple. Whoever gets the most correct answers or most points wins the competition. So these are all going to be based on figures released last year, so 2024. Hot Toys, as I mentioned. So I'll bring up the question, and each of you will kind of... let's see, how are we going to do this? I'll give you a few seconds to think of a number, and then we'll go through, and then I'll get your answers, and then obviously you get a point for the correct answer. And then whoever has the most at the end is the winner. And then, so no looking at the chat, because the chat can play along. So close your chats. But all right, here we go. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And just in time, Michael Elliott, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, coming in good now.
What's getting ready to happen? I'm sorry, guys.
No, it's all good. So I was gonna get started with a quiz, but it's on Hot Toys, so you can either sit out or you can attempt to play. I know you're not much of a Hot Toy collector, but if you want to play, you're more than welcome.
Oh,
Or if
yeah,
you just want to
absolutely.
comment, you want to be part of the commentary. What do you want to do?
I'll be a part of the commentary.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So we got X-Men, Blue, and Beam competing here. All right, here we go. Can you guys see the screen here?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. First question. Let me make sure I do this right. Okay, here we go. Got to make sure I don't click multiple times and show the answer. All right, first question. How many total 1/6 figures were released in 2024? So here's a couple of tips to help you out before you can start thinking. So I didn't include deluxes. Not DXs are included, but not deluxes, right? So for example, Black Adam, right? That had a blue version, a gold version, and a deluxe. So I only counted that as one figure rather than counting each one, like 3 or 4 of the SKUs they had. So that would only count as one figure, and then any other figure that had a deluxe, that still counted as one. But again, that's separate from DX, right? If it's a DX that had its own single release, then that counts as one. I didn't include accessories or dioramas, so as we'll discuss later, I didn't include that Darth Maul hologram because that was labeled as an accessory, or anything labeled Hot Toys labeled as a diorama. So those aren't included. So these are just 1/6 scale figures, action or non-action figures. So it could be like a somewhat semi-power pose type figure. All right. So go ahead and think of your numbers. Total 1/6 figures released in 2024 from Hot Toys. Let me know when you are all ready. And you got a number.
I have a number.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
X-Men's locked in.
I'm good.
You know, I'm glad.
Do I gotta write it out or something?
You can if you want. It's kind of like honor system. You just kind of think of a number, or you can write it if it helps you. Either or. We'll go through one by one and see who has what. Yeah, and then chat, of course. Like I said, you guys can play along there in the chat and try to guess and see if you can get it. For
I'm
SMGs.
glad I'm on the sidelines for this one.
Yeah. Yeah. Mitchell Lawrence is guessing 31. Oh, maybe I shouldn't pull up the answers here, but I'll pull them up
I feel like
afterwards.
I'm way low. I feel like I'm way
Yeah.
low.
Yeah.
31 is definitely low.
Sin is that's a tough one. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to give any hints, but we'll talk about it afterwards. Blue and Beam, you guys locked in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and just start from top to bottom. X-Men, what do you got?
Oh no. I said 145.
145. Okay. Blue, what'd you say?
112.
112. Okay. And Beam,
I was gonna say 86.
86.
Yep.
Okay. So
Can I make a here?
yeah, go ahead, make a guess.
I feel like Beam is going to be the closest. I would guess about 90.
90. Okay. So actually speaking of, before I reveal the answer, should we do for this one, because obviously it's going to be kind of hard to guess the exact number. Do you want to do like a Price is Right, like closest one without going over gets the point? Or do you just want to do the closest one in general?
Sure. Yeah. The Price is Right is fine. Closest number without going over. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Okay, here we go. The answer is, by my calculations, 92.
Wow.
92 Hot Toys figures
really?
released last year.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, that's
If
not
I was
including.
in the game, I was off by only 2.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good.
So that was
Nice,
including
nice,
deluxes, accessories, dios, and I didn't. So I went off a Facebook post also. So those dates. So the figures that were announced that were released on the 31st for us here in the States, I included those, but I didn't include the ones that were announced the 31st of last year, right? So. Yeah, and I went over it multiple times, and maybe somebody might get different numbers, or maybe they may have included other figures that I didn't. But yeah, and I can go over later what those were. But 92. So I think that was Beam that got that, right? You said like
Yep. Beam.
Yep.
Beam. All right, so point for Beam. Okay, here we go. Let me see what the chat was thinking. Gio was at 46. Sin was at 52. Mitchell Lawrence 45. Tijuana Mike, close with 90.
Nice.
Very 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's brilliant. He's brilliant.
Damn. Yeah, it was right there. Damn. TJ Mike nailed it. Yeah. then the reactions come in. Damn. Yeah. And then Gio, damn. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, it's a lot. I was surprised. And just for reference, when I did this last year, there were, let's see if I wrote this right, 81 last year of Hot Toys released. And that's if I counted correctly.
I'm surprised that you're surprised at that number. I mean,
yeah,
I think it should be more. It seems like
it seems like.
I mean, just come out so often.
Yeah,
and they're still coming after our wallets, man.
Yeah, Hot Toys products overall, it'd be well over 100, right? Because like I said, I didn't include the accessories, the dials, I'd include the vehicles.
That's right.
So there'd be, if I did all that, there'd be well over 100.
I think about like the Joey grid. The Joey grid was in my mind. I was like, oh my god, so many.
Yeah. For those that don't know, he's talking about Collector Joey, who put out those grids of like all the figures that were released. So I don't know. His I didn't count his, so his may be different from mine too. So we'll see.
Oh man! And every time he puts one of those out, I'm like, that one. I got that one. It was like it's like 3 I don't have on that list or something. It's like, dang.
Yeah, damn it.
Yep.
This was interesting too. So for those of you that weren't aware, there were 3 different Obi-Wans that we got from Hot Toys last year. 3 different ones. There was the Clone Wars, two from Clone Wars, right? One in the Clone Wars armor, one in the Mandalorian armor, and then the one from the Obi-Wan show. So yeah, if you're a fan of Obi-Wan, that was your year. You guys were swimming in Obi-Wans
until the artist was announced this year, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
And I got 2 of those Obi-Wans. I didn't get the Clone Wars in the armor. I got one of the Mandalorian armor, and from the show, from the Obi-Wan show.
Well, Sideshow did theirs too, right?
Did they? I didn't even. Honestly, I forgot about Sideshow. I got and same. I got actually all 3 of those Obi-Wans, each one different. So I guess I'm swimming in Obi-Wans now.
Nice.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Next question here. You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay. Got to be careful not to click too many times. All right. How many total Artisan figures were released last year? So total Artisan figures.
0.
Let me know when you guys are all locked in. And then chat, of course, again, if you want to play along. Speaking of, let me address the chat real quick. We got Field of Burn in the house. What is up? Hello, Robert. Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Good evening. Valkyrie Magnus, that's a lot of figures. Yeah, you're telling me, man. You're telling us. Damn, it's a lot of figures. Let's see here. Valkyrie Magnus saying, I missed Mandalorian Obi-Wan. Oh, man, sorry to hear. Hopefully you're able to get that later on. I think that might still be waitlisted and not completely sold out. Correct me if I'm wrong, but either way.
Is the other Clone Wars one? Is the one in the Clone Wars armor? Is he waitlisted?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't recall. That one I didn't check. But the Mandalorian one was obviously like exclusive, so that might be a little harder to come by. But hopefully, Valkyrie Magnus, hopefully you find it and you're able to grab. I'll keep my eye out for you also if you want. I can keep my eyes open, my ears peeled, and let you know somehow. You send me a message on Instagram or something. All right. So everyone locked in with their Artisan figures released last year.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Okay, here we go. We'll start from bottom this time. Michael, you want to give a quick guess?
0.
0. Okay, yeah. All right. Beam. What are you thinking? How many Artisan? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll say 2.
2. Okay. 2. All right. Beam.
Yep, that's my number as well. 2.
2. Okay. Blue.
I want to say 3.
3. All right. And last but not least, X-Man. How many Artisan figures do you think last year?
I said 2 because I'm pretty sure Jack happened right after the year turned. I don't remember for sure.
All right. Okay. So your final answer is?
My final answer is 2.
Is 2. Answer is 3. Yes. So
man.
again,
Okay.
for the reason,
I forgot about one.
the reason you just stated, Dave, I included Jack because for us it was on the 31st, but I got in China it would have been.
Oh, it
one,
was
but-
right there. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
it was
right.
right
It
on
was right before
31st.
midnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. Because I was thinking,
Yeah.
I forgot, I totally spaced Jack, and as soon as you mentioned him, I was like, oh shit, it's 4, isn't it? But then,
Yeah.
no.
Jack,
still got it,
Jack
though.
I
was
forgot
one
all
of
about
those-
that stupid imposter Joker.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beam, you're right.
Well,
That's the one I wasn't thinking about. Oh, I forgot
Yeah,
about
and
that.
we'll go
Regular
over these.
Joker
Actually,
and Jack.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Sneaky Jack.
we'll go over these later. I got some slides on the artisan figures specifically. So yeah, there's some info on that coming up. And this is just the beginning. Like I said, we'll go over more in depth on some of the other stuff and some highlights, and including the artisan figures. So we'll go over that. Yeah, some interesting stuff on that one. All right, let's see what some of the chat was thinking. Gio was thinking 2, the movie canon. Mitchell Lawrence also 2. Valkyrie Magnus also nailed it with 3. Sin also nailed it with 3. Tijuana Mike, whoa man, he got 5.
And none of those would have been Anakin.
Yeah, and none of those would have been Anakin. Yeah,
Isn't that some crazy shit?
yeah. All right.
Ridiculous.
Ain't that some shit? Yeah.
That's your number one.
Yeah, people are eagerly awaiting that one. All right, next question. You guys ready? This is question 3. Okay, here we go. All right. Which wave had the most figures released in 2024 from Hot Toys? So which wave of Hot Toys had the most figures released last year in 2024? Let me know when you guys are ready.
What do you mean by wave?
Wave or series.
Which line?
Well, just from like a movie or a TV show line.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be for like a line. Yeah, I guess you can call it line. Yeah, I never go to wave line. So for example, I'm seeing how I can do this without giving out the answer. Like for Star Wars, for instance, it wouldn't be just Star Wars. That'd be too general. You would have to specify like which episode type of thing.
So like wave would be like an IP for me. Like line would be specific TV show.
Yeah, go like those lines. Yeah. So it's not general like a whole
Like the Bad Batch is a line, right?
Exactly. Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep. It wouldn't be like, Marvel, DC, or Star Wars. Not that general. It would be more specific.
Gotcha. Okay. Most figures released last year.
Yeah. And this is all per Hot Toys labeling, right? Because they have, they list a figure and then what the figure is from specifically.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Right.
So that's what I would, consider like the line, I guess, in your case, or the wave. Yeah. So here's another example. So the Dark Knight trilogy, right? That would be a line because there's some figures released in that same.
I think I'm ready.
line. Okay.
Yeah,
Everyone
I
locked
think
in. Okay. We'll start with.
I think so.
You sure?
No, not really, but yeah, go ahead.
You can go last if you want. You can go last. You want to go last? You need some more time?
Oh, I don't mind. That's fine.
Okay. All right, here we go. We'll start with Dave again. Dave, X-Man. What do you think?
I went with Ahsoka.
Ahsoka, okay.
Yeah.
Beam.
Oh,
The Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian. All right. And Blue.
I was thinking the Obi-Wan show.
The Obi-Wan show. Is that your final answer?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Can I get in here?
Yes, sir. Go for it.
Oh yeah.
All right. Mandalorian was the year before. What did X-Men Supreme? What did you say?
Ahsoka.
I said Ahsoka.
That was spread over 2 years. I could be getting wrong about this. And then what did you say, Blue again? Once again?
The Obi-Wan show.
I think that was the year before too. I'm gonna go.
It might have been.
I'm gonna go with this. I'm probably wrong, but The reason why I'm going to go with this is because they came out with a flurry of them so quickly, and there were a bunch of them. I'm going to go with Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh, okay. So that's the you're thinking that's the line or wave with the most figures released last year?
Well, I mean, see, because I'm
released, right? This we're talking about released, not announced.
Well, what are we talking about?
Released. Yeah.
They released all of those figures, didn't they?
No.
No.
No,
Just,
they're announced.
Deadpool and Ladypool.
Oh, thank God I'm not playing this one. Because
none of us said it, bro. That's why none of us said it.
Because I would have said Mandalorian, but I think I said this on another stream, maybe on Beams, and it wound up being. I thought it was a year before. I'm going to stay out of this one. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Count me out. All right. The answer is Ahsoka with seven Ahsoka
that many
figures
days?
released
7. I can remember 5. There was
last
Thrawn.
year. Yeah.
There was the Night Trooper.
I
There
can
was
remember
the Dark Trooper. There was
Mhm.
Balin, and there was Chopper. Who were the other two that happened?
The troopers.
There's a Night Trooper, Sabine,
Not the Night Trooper, the Dark Trooper.
a
Sabine was
Mandalorian
this year,
Super
though,
Commando.
Right?
Sabine.
What's that?
Sabine
was this year, wasn't
this
she?
year, yeah. Sabine was this year.
Yeah,
No,
Sabine was like
was
a couple weeks ago.
released. I have
right
December
at the end?
27th.
Oh, it was right at the end.
December 27th.
Oh, that's
Oh, okay.
right. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Sideshow said that she was being delayed, but she was actually released. That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a
Yep. So,
And yeah, the Super Commando. I forgot about that guy.
Mandalorian.
Yeah, totally.
Mandalorian
Me
was
too.
the year Before. I think Mandalorian was the year before.
Yeah, I
Well,
think you're right. I think
2023,
it was, It was
Yeah,
either
yeah.
Book of Boba or Mandalorian. I can't remember which
Yeah.
one it was.
Well, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Book of Boba. I think it was Book of Boba. It was tons of them. I remember that.
Gotcha. All right, so X-Men got the point on that one. Nailed it with the Ahsoka. So we're sitting at, it's actually all tied up. Everyone has one apiece.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
All right. Let's see what the chat was thinking here. Sin was guessing Batman. Let's see here. Valkyrie Magnus was Star Wars. Let's see, but then he specified Mandalorian.
Okay.
Also thinking Mandalorian. Geo got it with Ahsoka. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yep. So yeah, Geo looks like Geo got it there.
Nice.
And then some of you, but others, yeah, I think a lot of you were kind of thinking Star Wars, so you were on the right track there. Yep. All right, here we go. Next question. You guys ready?
All right.
Here we go. All right. Which month saw the most figures released? Which month saw the most Hot Toys figures released last year?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna take a minute to say what's up to Jazzy. What is up, Jazzy, man? Thank you for coming through. Hope you have a good night, good sir. Hope everything all is well, man. Thanks for coming through again. We're just doing this quiz here, Jazzy. If you're, for those of you just joining us, we're just going through this quiz based on Hot Toys figures released last year. So we can see on the screen here what we went over so far, which is a friendly competition. 1 point per person who gets it correct. Speaking of, are you guys all locked in?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Okay, we'll start with Blue this time. I think Blue's already said it's ready.
Oh.
All right, what are you thinking? Blue, which month?
I was thinking like right after Chinese New Year, in like March or something like that, or
Okay. So
yeah, I think or
March?
like yeah.
okay, March. Final answer.
Yep.
Right.
Good one.
All right. Dave, X-Men Supreme.
I was trying to think around the month that I started getting nervous. And that was November. So I put November.
Yeah.
Okay,
that too.
November for Dave. All right. Beam.
I was thinking around the same time Blue was thinking, but I'm gonna go a different route, and I'm gonna say December.
Oh, okay. Switching it up. Mike, you want to take a guess? Elliot?
I wouldn't touch this normally with a 10-foot pole because it's bound not to be what you would think it would be. Because you would think December because Christmas and all that stuff. I don't know why I don't know why February is so weird because they're still in the Chinese New Year. They're just coming out of it. Oh, but when they come out of it, I think they let go of a bunch of stuff, don't they? I'm just gonna go with February, just for the hell of it.
February. All right. Okay, here we go. Answer is. We had to get that right.
I like March. I like that a lot.
December with
Was it
14.
December?
Oh, dang.
Wow. Okay.
14 figures.
I knew it was gonna
Dang.
Yeah. So
Makes
the point
sense.
goes to Beam. Yeah. So Beam pulls in the lead with 2 points. Now that's 2 points. All right.
It was a heavy
X-Man
one.
and Blue have one. Yeah, it was, man.
too.
Yeah.
Like
You're
one every other day, or like sometimes two grouped together, or madness.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. There were quite a few chucks backing up.
Yeah. Let me go through some of them here. Again, this is just based on Facebook posts. I went off of those dates that Hot Toys put up the blogger photos. Just some of them to kind of say round off here. We got the ARF Trooper and ATRT, the Iron Patriot, the DeLorean released in December, Star Killer, Spider-Man 2099, Ant-Man, Range Trooper, Venom, Batman from The Flash, Sabine. Yeah, there's more. That's just some of them. Then, like I mentioned,
Supergirl.
Yep, Supergirl. Yep, exactly. Jack Sparrow, like I mentioned, was was released on the 31st for us here. So yeah, man, that
I'm thinking that it almost feels like it was this year. So my mind is in like a little.
Yeah,
brain
it's still
like-
pretty close. So yeah, December. Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't have even guessed it.
Phil DeBurn guessed December. Right on, man. He got it. He got December.
That's a
Sin
lot.
was guessing
Yeah.
August.
There you go,
Valkyrie
Phil.
Magnus was also with November. Let's see here. December 14th was Sin's birthday. Happy belated birthday.
yeah, happy
So there
belated
you go.
birthday.
You were bombarded with figures.
Even
Yeah.
Sin has
Yeah.
Your tree was busting.
Yeah.
That's what the
All
kids
right, here
say,
we go.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah, was blessing, right? 100. All right, here we go. Next
How
question.
do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Oh man.
good.
All right, here we go.
Good.
Okay, now the month with the least Hot Toys released of 2024. What are you guys thinking? So this is the month that saw the least number of Hot Toys released last year.
I'll answer it first. February.
Okay, Mike's already throwing out February.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, just to kind of go back for the second month with the most amount of figures released. Actually, no, I won't say it yet because that might give it away. So I'll hold off.
You really
That
want
might.
to
Yeah, I'll hold off on that. I'll come back
Yeah,
to
yeah.
that. All right. Let me know when you guys are locked in. You got your answers locked in.
Yep.
Okay, Dave. Beams, ready to go?
Yeah,
Go.
ready to go.
All right.
Yes and no.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll start with Beam this time. Then we'll give Blue a couple more seconds here. Beam, what'd you go with? Least amount of Hot Toys released.
I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna say November.
November. Okay. Dave, X-Men Supreme.
I had no idea, so I just went with February because of Chinese New Year.
February. Okay. That's what you went with, Mike, right? Right, Mike? You went with February also?
Yep.
You said February?
Yep.
Okay. All right. And last but not least, Blue, what you got? Month with the least Hot Toys figures
What's
released.
the difference in, say, like April? Or,
April. Answer was or is March with 3. Oh man, you guys were dancing around there. Yeah. You're dancing around. It was like February, 2 in February, 1 in April. Yeah, it was March with 3, and I'll tell you what those were here. Well, at least by my calculations. Let's see here. So we got the Umbra operative ARC Trooper, Taylor and Johnson from Warriors of Future. So those 3 were released in March.
All about those guys.
Yeah, right. Exactly. See, that's what I was saying earlier about
Taylor
this,
and Johnson.
The old Taylor, the old Johnson. Yeah.
Man, how y'all forget Taylor and Johnson? Those guys.
Easy.
Those are the biggest releases of the year right there.
We're talking about Johnson, okay? Watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey now. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got the chat saying
Big
here.
Johnson.
12-inch Moose stream in the house. What is up, Moose? Thank you for coming through. Moose is guessing July. Sim is also guessing July. Moose trying to throw 2 out there. He's like, July or January? One of those. Has to be one of those. Phil the Burns guessing October. Valkyrie Magnus, June. Movie Canon Snatch. Not sure what month that is, but okay.
That's the 13th month, I think.
Oh, he corrected it. Smarch. Yeah.
That's the Johnson month right there.
Yeah. Febtober. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Lousy Smarch weather.
Yeah, Smarch. Yeah. Christian Crosshair Cooper in the house. What is up, Mr. Cooper? Thank you for coming through. We're just finishing up this quiz here. Let me see here. So yeah, everyone was kind of dancing around it, but yeah, March. Those were the 3. Again, this is by Facebook post off the blogger photos, and that's the date I was going off of. So yeah, 3 in March, and I think, gentlemen, that rounds it off. Let me check here on the quiz. I have. Let me see here. Month with yeah, I think that was it. So pulling out ahead with 1 point higher than the others is Beam. Beam, you took the crown there. Congratulations, sir. 2. Yeah.
Nice.
I had some bonus questions lined up, you guys. I don't have them here on the slide, but you guys want to try to attempt these bonus questions?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Oh, so real quick, yeah, going back to the month with the most Hot Toy figures released. So the second runner-up on the month was October with 12. So there were 12 released on that one. So yeah, it was busy end of the month there, or the end of the year, I should say.
Yeah.
All right. So just for S&Gs, what do you guys think the quickest release figure was? Not. This is excluding those exclusives, because you know sometimes the exclusives are pretty quick to release, like they go up for pre-order and they're. No, actually, yeah, excluding exclusives. What do you guys think was the quickest figure released?
That is
Balin.
Yeah, I was thinking Balin. Yeah.
Oh, either Balin or Revan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yeah, we got some others thinking Balin. Gio was thinking Balin. It actually was BT1. It was like 3 months and some days, so just under 4 months. BT1.
Oh, wow.
That was the evil chopper droid. If you guys remember, that was based on the Star Wars comics. So yeah, that was BT1.
I just had to cancel that one too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
'Cause you're like, hey, you didn't get Trip Zero, so you're like, eh.
Well, I got 000. He's over there. But
Oh, yeah, okay. But you didn't want BT1.
No, right now, no.
Gotcha.
Bold strategy.
Yeah, that's a good strategy, Cotton. Hopefully it pays off. All right, so on the other end, what do you think is the slowest figure release? So the one that took the most time from announcement to release.
I was thinking like Multiverse of Madness Wanda was pretty slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
She was delayed like 3 or 4 times, wasn't she?
It's not Wanda. It's a male.
It's Obi-Wan.
Oh.
His series.
Yeah.
Bam, yep. Obi-Wan. Yeah, 2 years and 2 months.
Oh, wow.
That was
because they were working on that mustache. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is just based on
and the
figures
moving
released in 2024.
Look,
yeah.
wrong.
The moving hair too is what they wanted to do.
Moving hair, yeah. Yep.
I was pushing Captain America Endgame numbers.
Mm-hmm.
How long was that one? I don't recall that one.
Oh, it was about that long.
Pretty
Oh,
yeah.
was it?
So was Gamora from Guardians.
Artisan
2.
Anakin.
Oh yeah, Artisan Anakin. Yeah.
We're still waiting. Yeah. Infinity. Yeah.
It's been 87 years.
Let's see here. We got Moose Stream throwing out a guess here with Loki.
Loki,
Yeah, also saying
yeah.
Artisan Anakin.
Mhm.
Let's see here.
Yes.
What am I missing? A bonus, Geo bonus. Yeah, Sin, that was fun. Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks, man. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, I figured that was just kind of something. And also, like I said, kind of fun for the panel for you guys, and also some trivia here for everyone about just to give you an idea of how many figures were released and the numbers that we're seeing so far.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just a warm up. We're about to get into the actual figure talk here in a second. But let me finish getting through the chat. We got Low Key Collector in the house. My guy Calvin, what is up, good sir? Good evening, gentlemen. Can I get an autograph blue? Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, congrats on that. You want to?
Yeah,
tell
everybody
people
keeps
real quick
sharing
what
me.
we're talking about?
What's that?
You want to tell people real quick what we're talking about?
Oh yeah. James Gunn replied to my comment about his new TV spot of Superman. And like it was a really cool shot at the end. It was all the same footage from the trailer before, and then at the end it was new. Superman did like a barrel roll, and then it was like a close up of him flying towards the camera, and his face looked really weird. So I mentioned the shot looked fantastic, but there was just something wrong with his face. Like it was. Almost like it was a floating head. Almost, it was almost looked CG. And his eye looked wonky. I don't know if it was, yeah, I said it was dope, and it looked CG. Yeah, but I was a cockeye and just kind of went that way.
That's just his face,
yeah. And then I said, I know there's plenty of time for the CG to be done, and then he said there's no CG in the shot, and then. It was like 100% corn sweat and 100% where they filmed on location. So it was all on location. So, but everybody seems to be sharing it. Like I see it, I've seen it on a couple. Loki's been sent me a couple of them. I've never heard of 3C Films or something like that, but he shared it with my name up on there above his James Gunn's, and apparently it was on New Rockstars too. They pulled,
nice,
pulled it up.
I found it again, Blue. You're also on Film Prep. There was it was Robert Meyer Burnett is on that one particular show. It was just a few days ago. I was watching it earlier today, and I go, oh my God, there's Blue again. So you're on
nice, yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, and then Brick Artemis sent me Screen Thrills or something like that. I forget where it was, but it was cool.
Dude, you're the hit of the
There you go,
internet.
Yeah, right?
He's making the rounds. Getting his comment, or his was it comment he said getting reposted?
Yep. Yeah, some people cut off my name and then like half the picture, and I still like. That's me right there.
Me right there. Yeah.
Yep.
You're holding up the paper.
And now you start a crypto coin.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Everybody buy. Everybody buy.
Yeah, everybody buy. Yeah. We'll try to hype it up for you. Yeah.
Oh, blue coin. Here it comes. Blue coin.
Blue coin. There you go.
Yeah, blue coin. Oh, there you go.
Awesome. Right next
it just
to
speaks for itself, man. You already set up.
Yep. It's all the rage right now, man. It's
blue coin.
Yep.
Hey man, put it up on the website right next to the Fartisan t-shirts.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Blue coin.
All right, here. On that note, look for that coming soon in the shop. Blue coin shirts. We got some figures here. The same ones from the thumbnail, so I just put them up here. We're gonna do some kind of just general news and just kind of go around and do some highs and some lows for now. Then we'll get into more specific figures here. But so I mentioned 92 figures released last year from Hot Toys. Like again, those are just not including DXs or accessories or dios. I just put up some of them here. This isn't all of them obviously because I can't fit all 92 here, but some of the ones that had something stick out about them, or some news that came from them, or had a lot of commotion. Let's see here, what do we got? So there's a few of them that we've mentioned before multiple times. I thought this was kind of interesting too, that They're I didn't put them on here, but the Black Manta. Do you guys remember that one from Aquaman and Lost Kingdom? That wasn't released, so I guess it wasn't on here. But yeah, that was kind of interesting because it was the only figure, a villain. Not naming the hero, so like just a villain to come out. Yeah, to come from the movie. And was that the only one from that movie, Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom?
Yeah.
Right.
I think so.
They did do Aquaman. Yeah.
Yeah, and they didn't do Aquaman, so I thought that was really weird. But again, that was an announcement. I know that wasn't released. I just thought that was interesting that, and we haven't, it's still yet to come out. But yeah, it was just kind of odd. So, we always talk about figures and how great they are, and sometimes I know some collectors don't like getting certain figures because of the source material. Either they didn't like it enough, they didn't like the source material enough to buy the figure, and some people are able to separate those two. Some good examples of that we got that ended up being really good figures based on feedback that I've been hearing from the community was Morbius. I got Morbius up here, Black Adam, and She-Hulk. So Black Adam and She-Hulk, I believe last I looked, were pretty much sold out at the major retailers. Morbius, I can't recall if that one was still available or not. But so it just kind of goes to show you sometimes it seems like a majority of the collectors, we're all in agreement that those were good figures, but they really like the source material on that one. But I don't know, do you guys have any thoughts on those figures?
Yeah, I'm still. I would still love to find a She-Hulk.
She's great.
And a Black Adam. To be honest with you, I had to cancel that one too, unfortunately. Not enough room. And Sakara and Iron Man got canceled as well.
Yep. We'll go over that. I got a slide for that. It's definitely some news.
But I got most of those guys. Except for She-Hulk and Black Adam.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they're all fantastic.
Yeah. For the most part, I put a few duds up here. Obviously, you mentioned Zakari and Iron Man. Like I said, we'll go over that later on. But for the most part, I think these are all well received. Oh yeah, let me see. Big Joink. Yeah, I got that one too.
Dude.
That
was just phenomenal, dude.
Yeah, that was one of my highlights. I was definitely looking forward to that one. That came out at the beginning of the year last year. Dead Strange from Multiverse of Madness. But yeah, that one, not a lot of people were really feeling that one. I looked and that one was still available.
Yeah.
What's that?
They only did the 3 figures from that line, didn't they?
Yeah. Doctor Strange. Dead Strange.
Wanda.
And Wanda,
Yep. Yeah, just those 3 figures. Yeah, and it was kind of
that regular Strange is really good.
Yep.
Yeah, I ended up getting it later on just because I wanted a Strange. And no, actually, I take that back. I think I got the one from No Way Home. That's the one I got.
Oh yeah, I'm still trying to find the one from Doctor Strange as well. I want that one. It's a great head sculpt.
No. Yeah, from Doctor Strange. Yeah. Sorry, I did get the one from Multiverse of Madness because I remember the third eye. He had that on there, which was, and then the dragons, right? That was Multiverse of Madness, right?
Yep.
Yeah. The dragons are so dope.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah, those were
badass.
better.
That's how I have mine.
That's the one I wanted.
Yeah.
I didn't get that.
You got the Book of Ashanti in one hand and the dragon in the other hand.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's so sick. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's an awesome thing.
Phase 4, had some of the janky ass stuff, but some of the coolest elements in there were the figures, like Dead Strange and She-Hulk. It's not every day you get a She-Hulk, and she looks great. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supergirl.
Geo here, movie canon saying he got Dead Strange for his Halloween decor.
Nice.
Yeah, same. I would put that on my Halloween shelf. Got him for like $215. Man, that is a bargain. Wow. I think he was going I can't remember, was he in like 400 plus or sub 400 or something like that? I can't recall.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, big kudos as the discount king. I must say, big kudos. Big kudos.
$390. I have it here. $390 USD is what he was retailing for.
Yeah, I got mine on the deal.
That's excellent. Well, that's
damn, that is a great deal.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want that Superman still.
Yeah, that Inart Superman. Yeah, we'll talk about that later also. Yeah.
It is too.
And then another figure. This was the first last year when I did the 2023 recap. You know, I mentioned this. Hono announced their first figure, which was the Tiger Stripe Wolverine. This year he was actually released. So they released the we got our first Hono figure finally released. And overall, man, the reception has been well received. I have them also, and we'll talk about the brown suit Wolverine that also released. We'll discuss that later. I got some slides on that, but. Yeah, I was thoroughly impressed. It's awesome. I think all of you here, if not most of you, got it as well, right? The Tiger Stripe.
I got both of them.
Tiger Stripe, yeah.
Yep. Tiger Stripe, yeah.
Those are great figures.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I know we were all most of us, the collectors, were kind of skeptical on how it was going to turn out just because of the price and the quality. But for me personally, it seems so far it's so good. It's just the question now, right, is longevity. How long it's going to hold up? And so that's still yet to be seen. So we'll see how long these Hono figures last. But so far, the initial impressions are good, at least on my end. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
Oh, they're friggin' wonderful.
Yeah, I got him and the brown suit. I mean, they're both fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, they're heavy. I mean, they're beefy figures, and they're just well put together. And hopefully they last.
Right.
And I'm worried, like, the price going up for that Spider-Man. That's, you know, I'm sure we'll talk about, but
that's an insane price for that.
It is, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll definitely come back to that when I get to we'll talk about the Hono Spider-Man, the black suit or the symbiote suit, and I'll bring that up there. Yeah, remind me in case I forget. But all right, so let's see here. Some highs. You know, we mentioned. A lot of these here are pretty much considered highs, I think, for the most part, based on like the community feedback that I've been seeing and hearing. Again, I didn't put out a survey or anything. This is just from my experience, from what I've been experiencing from others in the community and watching, you know, the YouTube channels and I should say content creators, and just kind of looking in the chats. Black Adam, you know, a lot of people said that was a great figure.
Yeah,
we got two awesome Vaders last year. One from Obi-Wan that you see here with the broken mask, the helmet, I should say, and the Return of the Jedi. I got both of those. Gotta get those Vaders, man.
Oh yeah,
those
man.
are both badass.
I got them all.
Spider-Man,
right next to
red and blue. Yeah, there you go. Look at, man, blue has one, like each one that we're discussing. Look at that.
Yep.
Yeah, with the electricity on the helmet.
Yep.
Yeah, man. It came
It's
with
fantastic.
that light up head sculpt with the skull inside.
Yeah, I want to get two of them because I want to display one with the Sebastian Shaw, because that's just freaking awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Came with the Sebastian Shaw head sculpt. Yep. Spider-Man red and blue suit, who I have up here in the top right, with the Tom Holland head sculpt. A lot of people were saying that was their figure of the year or contenders for figure of the year.
Yeah, the head sculpt is just like fantastic, dude. That's probably the best Tom Holland.
Yep, I agree, man. It is a great figure. I love the color, man. I was a fan of that suit. I know some people didn't like it because it was kind of like that metallic blue. Some people didn't. They preferred like more of like the regular matte blue, like kind of like the classic comic Spider-Man, which we got. You know, Hot Toys.
Oh, because of like the materials.
Yeah, I think it was just because it was metallic and shiny. I think that was why. The one criticism I think I heard from it seemed to be pretty common.
Okay.
But yeah,
otherwise,
you're right. Yeah, okay. Bane, another figure contender of the year, was this from the Dark Knight trilogy here on the bottom that I have here, Bane. I got him as well. I didn't get a chance to fully test everything out, but yeah, I kind of opened him real quick to make sure everything was good. I got to make room for him, but yeah, he looks like an awesome figure, man. Just of course talked about it on Hot Dog.
Yeah, yeah, like the Wolverine.
What was that? Blue?
Oh, like the Hono Wolverines. He's a beefy guy, heavy duty man with a seamless body. Just fantastic.
Yeah, man.
And all the details, like all the scars and stuff, like on him. Yeah, great figure.
The options, yeah, coat, without the coat. I think he has two coats, right? I'm trying to remember now.
Yep, two coats. Yep.
A jacket and then a long coat, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Like most of you said, Supergirl. You know, that one came out towards the end of the year, but the consensus on that one was it was a great figure. I ended up getting her also just because I was on the fence, but after looking at it and watching the reviews and yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that one. It's going to be a minute though because I got it from Pop Culture, but yeah, I was able to secure one. And again, it's another one that was sold out at most retailers. So hopefully for those who were able to get her.
Yeah, I'm glad you got her because I just before Sideshow waitlisted her, like right after she released, I jumped on it. I was like, oh man, I gotta get it because, yeah, she looks fantastic.
I'll have to get her later. I had her on order, and Sideshow was like, we're gonna be pushing that one back, and I was like, well, I'll just go ahead and cancel that order, and I'll buy her somewhere else. And there's just too much else coming out that I want more right now.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
But later on, I think I'll try and pick her up because that's a good looking suit. I really liked her in the movie. I didn't think I would, but I did. That suit is so amazing.
Right? Yeah, man. I love the way it came out. Man. Like, not only the color, but like the way the texture, the material is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Based on look. I mean, like I said, I don't have it yet, but it looks awesome, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyone else want to go over some other highs? Maybe some that aren't pictured here, or just in general? Any thoughts on the high? We'll touch on the lows here in a second. But anyone else want
that Joker, that Artisan was a surprise, wasn't it? How well received that was. I mean, that hit a lot of figure of the year posts for a lot of people there. Like there were a lot of votes talking about that figure after everyone talked so hard about how tired we are of Heath Ledger's Joker. This is a guy that ends up on the top of the charts across all the channels. It's crazy, but that's a good looking figure, man.
Yep.
And this guy, I gotta get him. I want him so badly.
You didn't. You didn't try to partake in the Sideshow. If you spent $300, they gave him away along with the Nightmare Batman.
Wait, what?
During
he's talking about that 2-pack.
I don't want that garbage Hot Toys Superman. I want the Inart one. Hot Toys has made how many Henry Cavill Superman? They can't nail his likeness once. It's almost as bad as Paul Rudd.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ignite any flames, and I thought. Because I'm very good at getting ignited myself.
Mike's setting off
beautiful though. Look at that.
Yeah.
That looks so friggin' good.
Yeah. Pleasantly surprised.
How was it for you with the hands?
Hands aren't too bad actually. Just take the advice of bending the arm before you changing out the hands.
Yep.
Okay.
And it was pretty simple.
That's the only point of contention that I've heard of from other people. That and maybe something with the cape tab or something. But
the cape tabs do kind of suck, so you gotta be careful with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could see the suit wearing out very fast if you change them out a lot. So.
Yeah, and my Superman on I think his right side did not come with one of the clips on the cape. The cape was just glued into that piece, so I had to sort of pull that out of there, and so now it just one is a clip, one side doesn't. So that was weird. But on the drape cape, on the flight cape, it's got the clips that I just put in there. But other than that, I mean, that figure is phenomenal.
That's awesome. Yeah,
man,
that's all I hear, man.
Really
just positive
good
things. Sin here is saying 2099 She-Hulk and Bane are his top 3 for all the ingenuity that went into them. Yeah, nice. We'll kind of talk a little bit on that more as well about figures that got fixed. But yeah, Bane and She-Hulk. Yeah, those. Yeah, I got both of the She-Hulks. She-Hulk looks great, and again, that's another one that seems like consensus. Valkyrie Magnus saying, I didn't buy Supergirl, but when they changed that face sculpt, I pre-ordered her right away. Yep, same. I was right there with you, man. I didn't get her at first because I think I was in the same boat as others. Didn't like
look like a guy.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they were saying.
See, I did the exact opposite. I pre-ordered her immediately when I pre-ordered Batman, and then I was like, well, there's other stuff I want more.
Yeah,
yeah.
But now you're back. Well, you might get her, you said, right? Down the line?
I'm thinking about it. I imagine that I'll probably try and find her later on. I don't know, if she'll be, more or less costly.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
we'll see. I got the third party Melissa Benoist coming, and that's my super.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So you know,
Okay.
I'm okay with that. It's not the best likeness, but I'm okay with that. I think.
But it's something to fill that spot.
Oh, wait
Yeah.
for the 2.0. That's okay.
Yeah, yeah. Supergirl.
True.
Some lows here. I don't have them pictured here, but some of the lows just to go over. Again, that seemed to be what consensus is on just listening to or reading comments and listening to the to videos and streamers here. Is that Catwoman? A lot of people didn't like the Dark Knight trilogy Catwoman, the Anne Hathaway one that came out. There was some disappointment with that one, so it was unfortunate.
Droopy eyes.
Yeah, the last year, Hot Toys announced a Batman 85th anniversary. And there weren't too many figures to come out from that. The two that, by my count, were the Batman Beyond, the Goldar, the black and gold one.
Yeah.
Or the gold one.
Yeah,
What's
Hot
that?
Toys DC was just pathetic, man. What they
Yeah.
did is just awful. DC deserves
kind of-
better.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate. There was, we definitely got some Batman figures released, but these they weren't. From what I saw, they went under the 85th anniversary banner. The other one was Clooney Batman from Batman and Robin. That was also, it said it was labeled Batman 80 for the
It's
85th.
garbage how good that Clooney Batman looks.
Yeah.
It's garbage, you said?
It's the worst Batman, but it's one of the best looking figures
Yeah.
as far as the prototype goes.
Yeah.
I was
Definitely
sitting here
coming
thinking
home.
about it, like, what the hell? No. Buying that based off of. But man, he looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, from what I've seen, he does look pretty good. I didn't look too close. I tried to, but those nipples, man, they kept staring at me. So I felt, yeah.
Wow. You.
Yeah.
Nipples.
Yeah, damn themselves, yeah. Yeah. Let's see, we got Clint Martin joining us. What is up, Clint, man? Thanks for coming through. Howdy, folks, he says. What's up, man? My man, hopefully you're doing well. Movie Canon also agreeing pretty disappointing, that 85 line. Yeah, that seems to be consensus on that as well. That and obviously it shows they didn't really come out with a lot, and people were expecting more to come out from there. I mean, so again, we got quite a few Batman related figures, but they just weren't released under the 85th anniversary. All right.
Hopefully they do
so-
better this year because they they also have an anniversary. Or something like that? Don't they have an
Batman?
For
for Batman? Yep.
DC one. Yep.
Yeah, the DC
Oh, yeah.
90.
That's right. Yeah.
the 90. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
We'll see what they come out with that. Yeah. Hopefully they come out with something good to make up for last year. We'll see. All right. So I mentioned there was 3 artisan figures released last year, and some of you already got it. So those were the 2 Jokers. There were the Imposter Joker, the Dark Knight, the Ledger Joker from the Dark Knight trilogy, and then Jack Sparrow, like I mentioned. And so yeah, it was kind of interesting. It was kind of odd that the Imposter Joker was announced later and ended up being the first one to be released as an exclusive. Obviously, well, I guess all artisans are exclusives, but it kind of just came out of nowhere, and then they just ended up releasing it. But it ended up being the first artisan branded figure released from the ones they've announced. It was limited to 3,000, but again, it was one of those ones where the consensus on this was pretty positive. A lot of people were saying that the head sculpt on this Imposter Joker, and then obviously on the Ledger Joker from the Dark Knight were pretty good. The Dark Knight Joker here, it seemed, it came out. So Inart's obviously came out first, and then of course people were going to compare. There's those who just consider them 2 separate tiers, if you will. Inart's trying to go more premium all the way around, and so there's a higher price point. And then Hot Toys is just mostly focusing on the head sculpt with the implanted wool hair. So some people were just kind of putting in different categories. Other people's, of course, they're going to use that as somewhat of a comparison and as a reference. And so it seemed to be 50-50. I think there were some people who preferred the Hot Toys, some people who preferred the Inart, and I mean, they're both looking figures, and there was that whole thing going, and everyone has a preference, of course. But what are your guys' thoughts on the two Jokers there?
You don't want to hear mine. you carry on.
Carry on, yeah. Joker, the Dark Knight was limited to 4,000, so about 1,000 more than the Imposter Joker. But I ended up going with the sculpted myself, just because I was like, you know what, it wasn't a figure that I felt like I needed to get in Artisan. I thought the sculpted looked good enough, in my opinion. Again, the price was more appealing to me also, so I just ended up getting with the sculpted version.
I got the sculpted and the rooted. The rooted's for my brother, because he doesn't have a rooted Joker yet. But I got the Imposter there, and he's already on the DC shelf back there. People are comparing the Hot Toys rooted versus the Inart rooted, and I'm sorry to say, but that does not look like Heath Ledger. It is not a better likeness to Heath Ledger's Joker than Inart's. It's just not. It's not.
No, that's fair. And some people, like I said, thought the same thing, and they preferred the Inart over this one. I think there's obviously some other. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's very good. It's made really well. It's just not. It's just not Heath Ledger. No matter how you paint it there. And Hot Toys needs to stop being so damn lazy and focus on accuracy, and instead of just putting a figure out.
There's some, and that's another thing too. I noticed there's some figures that weren't accurate, but I know some people don't mind that, others do. I know again, we all have preferences and things that we look for in different figures, and just like you're saying, you think the likeness is better with the Inart. Like I said, some people, I'm sure, think the same thing. Others just want some representation, and they don't need an Inart. Like me, you're like, I'm good. Like I just said, I need a rooted Joker in this case, and so I was fine with the sculpted version. That's good enough for me. Like I mentioned, there's also other differences. I thought the colors were more vibrant in the Hot Toys one, but I know this was talked about to death. So it's just kind of just like as a high level highlight. I think I talked about this too in one of my hot talks. I'll throw that in the description later on too if I remember. But
and there's some people that don't even want to deal with a rooted. They just want the plastic version, and Hot Toys sculpted hairs are just fantastic. So they don't,
man.
If you just want to go with that,
improving on for sure. And there's some people that are just like, you know what, like Boba Fettuccine, what is up? Thank you for coming through. Like they say here, I'm so purple coat jokered out. Yeah, you're not the only one who feels that way, because I hear that a lot too. You're like, damn, I'm so over this purple coat Joker. I don't love
there's
that.
Definitely
Joker.
enough out. There's definitely enough. Well, not the Joker, but there's definitely enough out there that we don't, we don't need no more. It's enough. We got them. Just let it rest for 10 more years.
Yeah, to Dave X-Men's point, people still bought it, man. Like it ended up selling out, and people were still enjoying it. So I mean, again, we've references before. The Dark Knight is huge in China, but apparently it's still huge in the States too, because people are still buying every single version. I know people who have multiple versions of it. And this Hot Toys for me personally is going to be my first one when I do get it, the sculpted one. I haven't got it yet, but nice. So again, there's collectors from every aspect, but people are just like, give me something different. I'm tired of that, but as we all know, what's that, Mike?
You said this is going to be your first Artisan, you said, when you get it?
No, my first Ledger Joker, because I haven't had any.
Okay.
Yeah, and which is awesome for new collectors, right? Because as others are tired of this one, they have now, these new collectors have options. They have like a whole field of Jokers to choose from. There's just so many. It's like going in the mall and trying to pick one. Like, okay, which store do you want to go into?
Which one are you getting? The Hot Toys or the Inart?
The Hot Toys sculpted, the sculpted one.
Oh, Hot Toys sculpted. Okay.
Yeah. Yep, like I said, it still looks good good enough for me. But yeah, so let's see. Movie Ken is saying my Imposter Joker is awesome. The Dark Knight Artisan Joker shipping has been charged. Nice. You should be getting that soon. I bet you're looking forward to that one, man. Here's Moose Stream saying I hated the Imposter Joker. I'm pissed that I couldn't get Artisan Joker purple coat.
Oh, bummer, dude.
Yeah, man. Sorry to hear, but I'm sure you have, like I just mentioned, man. There's other options, so I'm sure you can. You'll be pleased with one of those. There's many out there. Yeah. I'm sure you'll find one that'll suit your needs.
Yeah. And I dig that Imposter Joker too. Like, I don't plan that on keeping the head sculpt on him.
Yeah.
I plan on jokerizing a cowl and stuff like that, and I plan on using that on like one of the Jokers, or if I want to fashion like a nurse Joker because nobody wants to come out with the one, I could just use that head sculpt and put that on there.
Yeah, that's a good idea, man. Again, you got those options, right? If you don't like the suit,
that Jokerized tumbler that one guy did was pretty freaking cool.
Yeah, dude, that was cool.
Yeah, that was dope.
I think I missed that one. I have to go back. Was that on Facebook?
Yeah, somebody had just painted up a tumbler to match this suit. It looked pretty good.
To check that.
Yeah.
And they could have Jokerized a couple more things on them too, like the hands. They just got a little bit of paint on them. They could have Jokerized that a little bit more. Put a little more paint, like the way his normal hands are. The way they got paint on the fingertips and stuff like that. They could have done that with the green paint, or something like that, a little more style or something.
The undersuit needed it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know why they didn't do that, but they just did it on the armor parts and called it good. But
yeah, there's no way he took the time to pull that apart and lay it all out. No, he just sprayed the shit right there as it was.
Yeah,
so,
and on the cape they should have put like a big kind of smiley face, with the black eyes and the red smile. They should have done that on the cape too. That would have been really freaking cool.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. Again, like just kind of the Imposter Joker came out of nowhere and it was released quick. So these months down here, sorry I didn't say that. This is when they were released. The months they were released last year. And like we mentioned, Jack Sparrow, since that was just kind of fairly recent. 31st of December is when the blogger photos went up. But yeah, nothing new that I haven't said already. That I said in my last stream in Hot Talk. Figure looks great. I have no complaints. But again, I went with the deluxe, which still has some wool hair. But yeah, congrats to those that were able to get the Artisan one, because that figure looks great, man. Everything dreads, all wool implanted hair. That just looks awesome. I was watching reviews and I think it looks great. So I'm sure you all are going to be pretty pleased.
Yeah, really good
right.
weave.
Yeah, the weave, as Mike Elliott would say, the Artisan with the weave, implanted weave. All right, here. So I know this was mostly information about figures being released, but I figured I'd go over some Artisan figures that were announced, just because I thought that some of these had some good tidbits behind them. And so let's see here. So going on to the figures that were announced last year. So overall, we had 9 Artisan figures announced, and two of them were released. So 2 of them that were announced and also released last year. The 2 being, like I mentioned, the Imposter Joker and the Jack Sparrow. That was released. That was announced last year and released last year. So the others, the remaining that have not released, you can see up here. We got the Joker, Joaquin Phoenix Joker from the Joker. Vampire Luke, so Luke Skywalker from Dark Empire. God Loki, right from the Loki show.
Oh, I can't wait for that one.
These dates down here are the time frames of when they're set to be released. Dark Empire Luke was interesting because again, that's another one that kind of came out of nowhere. I mean, like I don't think Hot Toys hinted at that, and I had no reference to who he was. I had to look him up. But that kind of just encouraged me to kind of find out more about him, and I need to say I pass on him. But it still was kind of interesting for those who were into that area of Star Wars. That doesn't normally get figures made. So it was kind of interesting for Hot Toys to take that approach as well. Why they decided to go with that, I don't know, but yeah, they did it. So yeah, I'll turn it over to you guys. And you guys got anything on? Are you guys getting these, or any thoughts on these 3 artisans here?
Well,
I sculpted Loki.
Curious as to I'm not, but I'm curious as to who's getting the vampire look.
Blue, yeah.
Thule's getting one.
Who's getting a vampire look? Oh, I missed that.
That's the Luke that I gave away.
Is it?
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
no
Okay.
kidding.
Ah,
Oh, all right.
That's
all right.
yeah. So Thule's getting one.
the artisan.
Yep.
Oh wow, nice.
That was part of my 1,000 sub giveaway.
That's
Yeah,
dope.
Thule ended up winning that.
Oh,
That's
dude.
awesome. Yeah, congrats to Thule.
yeah.
Real quick, let me say goodnight to Valkyrie Magnus. He says, "Fun stream, Feezy. Sorry I have to sleep." No worries. No, thank you for coming through, man. Like I say, there's always a replay, so it's all good. Whenever you guys, any of you are able to watch it, it'll be there. So, but I just appreciate you coming through, catching it live, and chatting with us for a bit. Have a good night, and catch you on the next one. Same thing with Moose. Yeah, after midnight here. Yeah. All right, Moose. Have a good night. Thanks for coming through, man. Talk to you later. All right, what's that, Mike?
I can imagine that this vampire Luke might be worth something later on, because like how many of these are they gonna make, and how often you gonna get a vampire Luke?
Yeah, right. See, so
I don't
they
see
made,
them in any retail. I don't see this figure in any retails. Oh, that's right.
No,
it's
yeah, it was
not out
exclusive.
until- I'm sorry, it's not
Yeah.
out until the second or third quarter. I didn't take. I wasn't paying attention to the date. Okay, but once again, I still can't even imagine. I mean, how many of these they're going to make? Did they say?
yeah, they did 3,500 of
Oh,
the
that's quite a
Dark
few.
Empire Luke. Yeah,
Okay, it's more than I thought. All right.
35 for that. The Joaquin Phoenix Artisan, they did 4,000, and then the Loki, they did 2,500. The
Wow, I thought they would have done more Lokis.
yeah, not that many. Yeah,
Don't they
I
have
will
a
say the
sculpted
Joker.
as well for Loki?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one I
Yeah,
went
I
with.
believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
not a huge fan of the artisan here on Loki. There,
Plus,
Something
you know,
about
that-
it
you're not
doesn't-
taking that one.
something about it just doesn't look right to me. The sculpted looks way better, I think.
Yeah, it needs to be slicked back a little more.
Yeah, it's almost
Neat.
too boofy up top. Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Yep.
Luke's hair looks dusty. I don't know what the heck's going on with it.
Dusty. Yeah,
it does.
has volume. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's
It
compared
just-
to Joker's.
Yeah.
That's all that
it-
Dusty's been catching while he's been in his coffin.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hot Toys sucks in blonde hair, man. I tell you, they just can't seem to get the color right, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of like goes with like more of a gold color, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of
Yeah.
weird. Yeah, I don't know
Any
why.
Captain America, just gold.
Yep.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Mike?
Almost copper.
Yeah.
The other thing too is that I can imagine a lower number of the Lokis, because they've come out with so many different versions of them. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
each
was-
of these actually, I was gonna say each of
Sorry.
these actually got a sculpted alternative as well.
Version
So
of
each
them?
3 of these you can get a sculpted version.
Nice.
The Joker though, the diorama that comes with that figure is pretty awesome. You get the Murray Franklin stage with the little backdrop, the curtains, the chair, and like the stage lights even light up. I can't remember if the sign does as well, but yeah, there's some light up features. That's really cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
I got
personally not getting
all
any of these,
3 of these.
but- oh, did you? Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, sorry. I got 2 of these. I lied. The Luke and the Loki. That Joker, I'm getting the Inart, so I don't need that one. But the backdrop is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Oh,
it is
you're
pretty
getting a vampire Luke too. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, the vampire Luke. Yeah. I think most people call him that just because of the cape. Is kind of, you can't really see it, but his cape has that big ass
Yeah,
collar.
it's like-
It looks like a vampire
Yeah.
cape.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like one anyway.
Yeah, Lord Luke. Yeah.
Yeah. Dusty Luke.
Yeah, Dusty. Big Rib in the house. What is up, Mr. Rib? Big Rib. Yeah, what's up,
Glad of
Big Rib? Yeah. Let's see here. Since I'm curious to see how that Loki turns out. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are kind of curious about that one. That's another cool one too. With like, that one comes with a throne, right? And like all that.
Yeah, dude, that Loki is
those,
gonna be so much fun. Like, cause they got those LED, freaking filament lights, right? And I got this vision in my head of this Loki sitting in the middle of like a Marvel collection with those LED rope lights just spanning out across everything.
Yep.
And kind of doing that tree shape,
Yep.
And kind of like really tying a Marvel collection together. I feel like that would do.
It ties a room
that
together,
would be awesome. Yeah, it's like the dude's rug, Yeah.
Yep.
That actually would be a badass display though, which I'm envisioning what you're saying. Like if you have that figure as a base, maybe somewhere along the wall, and you can just extend those lights to lights on your wall to light up your whole room. That'd be sick. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Expensive, I imagine. I haven't looked at the prices yet because I'm scared too. But
Big Rib saying Vampire Luke looks like a little like Zac Efron in his High School Musical days. With that. Yeah.
Zac Efron, yeah.
Lord have mercy.
All right, so going on to the next set of Artisan figures announced here. So, man, I think these are some of the best here in my opinion. But we got Black Widow from Iron Man 2, the Iron Spider, Tom Holland, Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad, I believe it was, and Moon Knight.
Man, that Oscar Isaac.
I'm still pissed I missed that Harley.
Rattled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. I got on the wait list for that one, but so these are of these here. Let's see here. Tom Holland is the only one that has a sculpted option. All the other three here, Black Widow, Harley, and the Oscar Isaac Moon Knight, don't have. They didn't come with a sculpted option, so it's just all Artisan. So these all look great for one, but man, that Black Widow, not only does she look great, this one kind of had some unique features as well. And actually, let me see. I think we'll kind of touch on those here a little bit, so I'll kind of hold off for that. But so let me see where my hair. Black Widow, she was the Artisan that actually had the most quantity. I know we were talking about this in our chat, but she surprisingly was the one that had the most. Available up for pre-order. So she came with 6,000 total, and there was two SKUs, which we'll touch on later on. So 4,000 of the special edition, and then 2,000 without, which was kind of interesting. I think that was the Hot Toys hadn't taken that approach yet, so that was kind of interesting. But 6,000 total. So it's kind of interesting to see how they determine. I'm curious how Hot Toys determines how many to make for each of these. I don't know if it's like a license thing or a contract thing or what.
Yeah.
But all the other ones seem to be lower. So like the Iron Spider was 3,500, Harley was 3,000, and Moon Knight was 2,500 as well. So kind of all over the place on that one. But what are your guys' thoughts on these here?
I think that Oscar Isaac is absolutely incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Scarlett. Scarlett Johansson looks fantastic. Those are the two. If I even were to venture into an Artisan line of Hot Toys, and I didn't care for the TV series Moon Knight at all, but the figures that have been coming out of him have been really baller figures.
Yeah.
And then of course. I've always been a big fan of Black Widow, so
I was gonna say real quick on that Moon Knight. That seemed to be the consensus. Also, that's another example of where people didn't like the source material. Like a lot of people didn't really care for the show, but high praise for the previous Hot Toys Moon Knight figure. And, I've heard nothing but good things, and that's kind of actually what influenced my decision to get this one here. So I was able to get this the Moon Knight as well. For this one, just because people were just talking about how great that figure was, and it looked like a great figure. I was always on the fence, but this kind of sold it for me. And so it's a weathered version, right? They kind of added some weathering to this Artisan edition compared to the previous one, and obviously you get that head sculpt here. So
you can't even.
Dave saying,
it's even hard to find the Marvel Legends of Moon Knight. It's hard to find it. I can't find it anywhere right now.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, even the Marvel Legends Moon Knight is not an easy one to get. Yep.
Yeah, this Moon Knight looks really good. I don't like the precedent that it sets.
And how so?
Because nothing is safe from the artisan treatment now, right?
Right.
Like we've had an awesome Moon Knight for a long time. And now we have the same figure with a little bit of paint spackling on it and rooted hair.
Yeah.
And what does that say for like the figures that, you know, we would have wanted to have had rooted earlier, like She-Hulk?
Yeah.
For instance.
Yeah. Yep.
Qui-Gon.
Right. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, Qui-Gon. Yeah, that's something I was thinking about too, and I actually made a note on is that this is the first. I don't want to say that. I was gonna say the first figure that was either 2.0 or reissued with an artisan head sculpt. So yeah, to your point, others have brought this up too, right? Like, well, now that puts anything else on the table, but the other factor you got to consider is time frame, right? Because technically, you can go back, like technically, right? Actually, because how do you throw in the Dark Knight Joker, right? Because that has been, I guess technically that would have been the first artisan figure. That would have been, what is that, 3.0 or 4.0? Because they've done multiple versions of that before, but because the previous one was released so long ago, I think people just kind of just like forgot about it. And so like, where's the line drawn about, you know, how soon after can you artisan a figure and give it an update, you know? So that's why.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like that Joker needed an update. That was a long ass time. Like this guy just happened.
Yeah.
It's the exact same figure. There is no difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Except for that head sculpt.
And the weathering. I mean,
and the weathering.
Weathering.
Yeah, weathering. Yeah.
Like, looking at it from a distance, it doesn't look that much different.
Right.
Like the weathering that they did. Like, I mean, it does look cool close up though. It does look nice close up.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying like in the case of the Joker, the whole figure was updated. But in Moon Knight, it was just this. I see that. Yeah. I can see that then. Yeah, in that case, yeah.
You know what else? I think that they're really, really shortchanging themselves. Okay, so you got an artisan line, and it's supposed to be highest quality everything. You could really set yourself apart from other companies that are venturing over into it, where you say, in our artisan line, doesn't matter what figure it is, you get a rooted and a sculpt, period. And that's it. All artisan, because if you're going to spend a kind of money to do an artisan figure that is rooted, it's so much more expensive. Why not go ahead and do a sculpt, put it in the same package, whatever kind of price you need to put on it. But now, I mean, you're gonna make so many more people happy, and they're gonna always gonna come to you because now they have the option to do either one if they want.
Well, where they get away with it with Moon Knight is they made a sculpt for the Mr. Knight figure. It's the same sculpt.
Yeah, but that's all. I mean, that's all a money grab tactic. I understand why. Understand why they do that, because they can keep something from you. You know, they're dangling bananas or whatever in front of you. But the bottom line is, you could do something like that to set yourself aside, as opposed to being kind of dick about it. And I just think it's. I don't understand why you don't do that.
But everybody else is offering both options too, though, because you've got the Harry Potter figures, except for Hermione.
What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what figure it is. Each figure, regardless, they all get a sculpted and a rooted hair. You get 2 sculpts in every package down the line.
Oh, okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. I see what you're saying, yeah.
You get 2
okay.
The artisan package, you get a sculpted and a rooted regardless. It doesn't matter what character it is. Whenever we bring it out, you get 2 sculpts. There's no other company doing that. And if you're gonna spend all the money on a rooted, which costs more than a sculpt, then why not just do a sculpted head anyway? You don't have to include the whole body. Give them the head. Now you set yourself aside, because everybody's going to come to you because, wow, we don't have to wait around for the other option. We're going to get a rooted and a sculpted in every one. And they're still going to make money. You know, you gotta get your greed level down.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but if they
Yeah, if I'm
include
buying-
two,
Oh, go ahead.
if they include two heads, and like I'm thinking like, man, I need another body, then I could put this head on. And like if they just separate it, one's a rooted, one's a sculpted. You know, I don't have to. You know, I don't have to worry about it.
But that's a super plus for us.
It is, but it's
yeah,
just,
it is.
it's an extra head. You know, I mean, that's not being used. It just kind of sits there and
Exactly. Yeah.
or in a box that like, and it's, you know, you want to display that head sculpt because it's so good, and you get two of them, one rooted, one sculpted. Me personally, I would still want to display that sculpt.
As opposed to the rooted?
Well, either one. Like if I put the rooted on, or if I put that sculpted on, I'd still want to display that sculpt somehow, because it's so good.
Well, how about just having? I mean, they did it with. Didn't they do something like that with one of the other figures where they gave you the head but put it on a little stand? You could just put the head, you could put the head on a little stand that goes into your display.
They did that with Venom. Yeah, and you know, third parties do that. You know, some third parties had that little bust or whatever.
Yeah, so that when you're showing, there you go. Now you're showing it.
Yeah, but if they included that bust, yeah, absolutely.
Make it whatever you do, get those two heads in there and make people happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what's the body going to cost you? What's the body going to cost? Nothing, not much.
But what are you gonna do with two heads though? Like if you're buying an artisan, are you really gonna use the sculpted one?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say. Yeah.
Like that just feels kind of, I don't know, man. It feels kind of pointless to me.
Yeah.
Whereas, like if I'm buying the rooted hair, I'm not gonna even touch that other one that's sculpted.
Right. Yeah. And to Clint's point here, not everyone wants rooted and not everyone can afford artisan. And it's kind of what I was touching on earlier, right? Like, look, I'm a good example. I went for the sculpted Joker ledger from Hot Toys because I didn't feel like I needed the artisan version of that figure. Now, if that was the only version, I had to choose between Inart or Hot Toys, both rooted, then I still would have looked at the price. I'm like, okay, I still would have, whatever was more, was least expensive. That's when I would have went for it, because I don't need like the highest and most pristine one. I'm good with just, something there. So hence why I opted.
But if you're gonna spend, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time here. But if you're gonna spend money on the rooted, then why not just have a sculpt on the side? I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. I'm just looking at the value of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think to X-Men's point, like if someone has a rooted, it would kind of be pointless to have. I think most people would probably just. I could be wrong, but I think the sculpted would just sit in the box in that case. I mean, I kind of do that now with some of the figures I have, that do come with another head. I don't end up using both of them, or some of them that have a helmeted head sculpt versus like an unhelmeted or uncowled or whatever, depending on the figure. One of them is going to sit in the box.
That was the point. That was the point
it just kind of sits around.
But that was the other point I was going to make. You guys, I'm sure have tons of figures with stuff just with accessories that don't even come out of the box. Tons.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So why not? Who cares?
Right.
I guess, I mean, I prefer like a bust to go on, or something, but otherwise the head just kind of sits here, and I definitely don't want to keep it on the box or in the box.
Right.
Yeah.
But what's smart about Moon Knight though is that because they already had the one that didn't have a sculpt at all. So now what you can do is you can have Moon Knight with the sculpt.
Yep.
Exactly.
You can have one without. Right. So then you've got. And some people would do that anyway. So in a way, that was kind of smart the way they did that. But I don't know.
Yeah.
And if Hot Toys
preference again,
Oh yeah, preference. Yeah, absolutely. And if Hot Toys wants to keep changing the damn ankle pegs, they need to include two more in the box.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just make them all double ball joints. Why is that so hard? Why is that so difficult? Jeez.
Like Sin's saying here, personally, I wish head sculpts were optional. Yeah, there's some figures where I can do without the head sculpts, and some figures where I would like to have the option. It just depends, right? It just depends on the figure, and I don't want to say like for every figure, like I prefer, sculpted. It just depends on the figure, right? There's just
Yeah.
And it can change.
Cool.
Same thing with the accessories that they come with. Sometimes there's some accessories I may not need, and some of them I would like to have. But it's like I always say in all my streams personally, it's just like it's always good to have options. The options there, so to some degree. But all right, yeah, go ahead, Beam. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say I don't display any Tony Stark head sculpts on my Iron Mans.
Yeah, there's a couple that I do, but you're right. Same. I got one of those 1/6 busts for that reason because I wanted to display like one of the Iron Man head sculpts for that reason. Yeah, so I feel like I felt bad leaving it in the box. Yeah, kind of to what Mike is saying, right? So I ended up buying a third-party bust for that reason, and to at least display it. So yeah, I hear you on that one.
Oh yeah. And of these 7, which ones are you getting, Feezy? Like, are you getting sculpted or the rooted of these guys?
What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
Yeah, so I'm not getting either of these. I'm good on all these. These aren't figures that I personally need in my collection. Between the Joker, Vampire Luke, and Loki. But here, I definitely got Black Widow and
Nice.
Moon Knight, and I'm on the wait list like Beam for Harley because I don't have a Harley in my collection. That one is a good representation of Harley there, so hopefully that converts for me, knock on wood. But yeah,
This is the Harley I've been wanting.
yeah,
Definitely.
it's it's just one of those things. You can't win them all. I know some people are they get annoyed or frustrated that they miss out on some of these or any exclusive. Right now, I understand that happens to me too. So you just kind of you win some, you lose some. That's just part of the game, right? It's part of the collecting game, and it's
And it's really crappy because just a month ago I was told, "Hey, where were you? We had like 5 of them." I was like, "What the hell you mean you had 5 of them?"
Who had 5 of them?
somebody did.
Yeah, somebody did. I won't name
Oh,
names.
I see. Oh, and you had missed out.
Jesus,
Oh,
all right.
I was like, "How did you end up with
Yeah.
5?
Yeah.
You had 5. You couldn't get me one. Come on, you didn't reach out on." I was complaining.
Yeah.
I didn't get one. Damn it.
Oh,
Yeah,
why?
oh well, it happens. This shit happens.
Yeah. Well, there's still time though. Those waitlists, they may convert. I always suggest getting on those waitlists because
Absolutely.
stuff happens between.
Yeah.
In some cases, it's a year, right? It's a lot can happen in a year.
My
Oh,
artist
let's
is
go like
Scarlet Witch
half of it
converted
before.
like 2 months ago.
Oh, did it? Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, this Blue, I know you rant about exclusives and a lot of people feel the way you do. And I think I talked about my last stream, the Hot Talk episode about quantities. I mentioned before, I agree. It would be nice to have the toy companies make enough for people that want them, but then the question is, how much do you make, right? Regarding the artisans specifically, it seems like, again, that was the highest paid for Black Widow. They made 6,000, and I know there was a few people that missed out, but for the most part, I think it seemed like everybody was satisfied and everyone was able to get one. Granted, with or without the special edition, but still, I wonder if that's like the sweet spot there around that time. But I mean, again, it could be figure specific and how popular a character is. So I don't know why they chose 6,000 for Black Widow, but that's the key, right? Trying to find out how much to make without having excess or just figures just sitting, and how to meet that demand of those who want it. It's kind of hard to predict. So they do the best they can. So I'm guessing from their perspective, they'd rather have all their figures sell out and not have any sit. So make just under enough versus too much and having all that just sit there. So, but
I wonder if they've considered or if they even could do like a timed order window.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's like if that's something that they can work out with their suppliers. Maybe that's the issue, that they need to have their numbers in at a certain time. I don't know, but that works.
Yeah.
It works really well for Mondo.
Yeah, do
also make it
what
like
the
a window
Mondo
like
does.
Mondo.
Except for that damn Clayface, the bastards.
Yep. They had what, 1,500 with that clay face?
Yeah, they're not
1,500.
always
Real
timed.
quick. There was no time
Shithead.
to get into that window.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't.
No, that's
But,
a good.
hey,
That's another
you
good.
know,
Yeah.
Give them a couple of months. It'll be like a warehouse find come up.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Every time. It happens every time.
Yeah, no, I agree with that timed window also, because that seems like the middle ground. But I'm guessing there's just something there that they can't do it, or else they would have. Maybe it is like you were touching on X-Men. I've heard this also from other people that maybe it could be like a manufacturing supply chain thing where they kind of have to they have like so many in a pipeline, and they can only have a queue for so many figures like in production getting ready or whatever. I don't know. I'm just guessing. So
yeah,
there has to be something there.
It'd be for like the accessories or something, because the regular version is just for pre-order, whenever.
Yeah.
So it's like they don't want to make too many of the extra accessories, or are they afraid it's going to run out? They're going to run out of plastic or something. It's weird.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about in the case for Mondo?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Clinton Martin figured
that
it out. Clinton Martin figured it out.
What's that?
Let's see here. It
What
says
is it?
Mondo's all
Good.
plastic in mold. That's a lot easier to make than stunning ass craftsmanship. Yeah, yeah. Mondo's case. Yeah, there's a lot of
Hey,
questions there. I
point.
agree.
Nice.
Because
Yeah.
It's getting around.
yeah,
Oh,
It
man.
is. That's
definitely.
awesome.
They're definitely priced higher than I think. I agree that the price is pretty high, and I think they're kind of banking on nostalgia. Like I always call them the Super 7 of 6 scale, because Super 7 seems to be following. Again, I don't know their practices or their financial models, but they kind of have some similarities about like working on nostalgia and their figures being seemingly priced higher than they should be. Again, I don't
Right.
know the specifics on that, but limited articulation. There's some similarities there. So I wonder if they're working off similar models. I don't know. But it is questionable, right? I do have questions myself, despite some of those figures looking good. I'm not going to lie, I have some Mondo figures because they do look good. But I try to be selective on what I buy. But let's see, we got Local Lou in the house. What's poppin', people? What is up, Local Lou here at Lunch Watch Live? Appreciate you spending your lunch hour with us, man. Thanks for coming through.
Yeah. Nice.
All right, so we still have some more stream to content to discuss here. So going on to the next one from Artisan. Let's see here. What do we got? Oh, so going out to some first. I mentioned, I kind of briefly touched on some firsts earlier for Artisan. So in this case specifically, kind of looking at some Marvel figures here first. So from Hot Toys, released last year. And again, I'm no authority. This is just based on like the research that I kind of did and in my experience collecting and kind of going back and watching reviews and other figure videos. So you guys correct me in the chat or in the panel or in the comments if I get any of these wrong. Just kind of going off of what I see, what I recall here. But so the one on the left, this Peter Parker black suit Spider-Man from the game. It seems like this was the first figure that I'm aware of anyways, where the special edition was another head sculpt. Speaking of other head sculpts, I think for the most part they've been like holograms or some accessory. Or coins, with the dark side. What was the Star Wars recently last year was coins, but this one, in this case, was another head sculpt, which I thought was actually pretty cool. And I was wondering, why they don't do that more often. Going back to what you were mentioning, Mike, if depending on the figure, I'd rather save money and forego the extra head sculpt depending on what it was. But if they're gonna give it to me for free anyways for the same price, if I just order within a certain time, why not? So that was the case here with this. Special edition Peter Parker black suit Spider-Man, where I think it was a timed exclusive. Speaking of timed editions, right? You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but you get this transforming head sculpt here, which is badass, and you can actually, if you're careful, you can remove it. You can remove the Spider-Man head sculpt from that transforming black suit portion, that symbiote. Shell there, which is awesome. So I don't know. Do you guys recall, has Hot Toys done anything like that? Included like another head sculpt as a special edition?
Damn, Blue, put it down.
I know, man. He's like, he's ready, man. He's on it. Look at that. Yep, exactly. Yep. That's so badass. Yeah, that's awesome that they included that. Yeah.
This is how you revise your marketing campaign. Okay, how about this?
There you go.
If you buy Artisan, you automatically get a sculpted head free. Automatically.
That would be cool.
But you also get the option. You can either do sculpted or you can do Artisan. If you do Artisan, you get a sculpted free, no matter what figure it is. Okay, that's how we do it.
All right, yeah. If they throw it in there for the same price, I'd be down for that. I'm not gonna complain. Yeah.
Because really, it's gonna pay for itself. That's sculpted. It's gonna pay for itself. It will.
If it was free, sure. But I mean, knowing the head sculpts, they're gonna charge $30 more just for a head sculpt.
If not $50 more.
That's what I'm saying. The way that you make yourself different is that they don't charge you for it.
Good to keep in mind, though. Yeah. For the future.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because they would need a reason to do that. Right now, it's like their artisans are selling out. I don't recall any artisan that sat for longer than a day, unless I'm wrong. But
okay.
if there comes a time where they're not selling out quickly or they're staying for a while, then I can, that could be something
They
they
can
could
do that
look
in
at.
as incentive. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Clint Martin saying, I have an eBay Hangry Toby head sculpt in mind. I think he's referring to the symbiote shell there. Local Lou saying, I call that wishful thinking, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say? A guy can dream.
Yeah. So the next one here, King Valkyrie, and actually Beam helped me. He reminded me of this because I know I brought this up when we were speaking of Vi from Arcane. I believe Valkyrie was the first seamless Hot Toys figure to have like a tattoo, some sort of body paint on the seamless arms. I know prior to that, a lot of us were thinking that couldn't be possible. Like Hot Toys couldn't do that. We had figures with seamless arms or appendages before, but some people are like, they can't do this figure because it's gonna have ink or the tattoos, and it's not gonna work. But yeah, they released this figure. This figure's out. Again, just like Kona Wolverine, the question is, how long will it hold up? Time will tell. Granted, it's kind of hard to see, but it's on her left forearm here. If you can see in that photo, I tried to get as big as or enlarge it as much as I could while still being able to tell who the figure is. Oh, yeah, she has her blue. Also has her. Yeah. So there you go. Actually, what do you? So how's it so far? I guess in your experience. I know, man. With the flex.
I still want that
Blue.
figure.
Damn camera.
What are your
Great
thoughts on
figure.
that one so far?
That's a fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great. Great head sculpt. I guess I'm gonna think the.
Any issues you can see so far with that tattoo there on arm?
Oh no, not yet. I mean, it'll move. Like I've touched it enough to kind of move her arm around, and so far so good on it. Hasn't smeared or anything, so.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah, and again, this is Hot Toys, right? I'm sure like third-party companies and other companies have done it, but this is specifically referring to Hot Toys. Hot Toys, it seems like I don't believe has done this before, and since then, they've announced Jinx and, like I said, Vi from Arcane, who also have now tattoos or body paint on their arms. So we'll see how those come out as well. But here also with Valkyrie. This was interesting, right? Because they gave her seamless arms, but the biggest complaint was the shoulders, right? The shoulders are not seamless. You can kind of see from this photo here.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were disappointed by that. I mean, that's how it came out in the prototype photos as well. So that was always known, but I think that was the biggest turnoff. I think because a lot of people praised the braids, a lot of people praised the head sculpt, the likeness to Tessa Thompson, and Blue and Beamer here say I'm Blues obviously have it. I guess Beam, I'm presuming you do too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it looks good. It wasn't a figure that I personally wanted and that I needed to have in my collection, but I agree. The head sculpt looks great. Another interesting thing about this figure is for some reason, I don't know why, Hot Toys took down the blogger photos, because I was. They have the announcement photos up on their Facebook post, and I went back and I was trying to look for blogger photos and I couldn't find them. I spent a little bit looking for those photos, like what the hell? And then I remembered because I had made a note of it that the blogger photos were taken down. I think not too long. I can't remember how long after they put them up, but even if you try to go, they're not there. So I don't know what the reason for that was, but I thought that was kind of weird. I don't know if any of you have heard or know why.
People are probably complaining too much.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But it's been a minute.
But yeah, they gave Wonder Woman seamless shoulders, so I'm not sure why they weren't able to do it for Valkyrie. That was before Valkyrie even came out. But it's still a good figure, even with the seams at the shoulders. She's fantastic, and it's the only one available from Hot Toys. So the other one's third party. If that one even, I think it came out. I'm pretty sure it did.
Oh, that's the one in her white armor on the horse, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
From the good Thor. Yeah.
From the good Thor.
Yeah, from the good Thor. Gotcha. Yeah, but interesting. Yeah, it's just kind of interesting all around with this figure. But I think last I looked, she was still available at some places.
Yes.
Let me address the chat here. Sin's asking, how much percentage of the price do you think comes from celebrity likeness? I don't know an exact percentage, but I want to say it's a good chunk of it.
Oh yeah, good chunk.
50, you say?
Well, how much is this Moon Knight versus the last Moon Knight?
That's a good question. Let me see.
The last one didn't have a skull.
Maybe only 250. Wasn't the first one only like 250 or something? 300? I don't think it was that cheap. 250, but
so this new one here, this Moon Knight that just came. What were you saying, Mike? While I look this up.
Oh no, go ahead.
So this Artisan Moon Knight, it was $425, and the previous one. Are one of you looking that up, or do you want to check that real quick for comparison?
Let's see here if we can.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't get the price. I thought I had it, but I don't have the price. Yeah, well, while one of you looked that up,
oh, he's not even up anymore.
you don't mind. Was it? Oh, okay. Oh, it's not up anymore. Okay.
No.
Yeah, that's a good compare. That's a good idea. X-Men to compare those two prices to see. But yeah, I want to say a good chunk of that. If anything, if you want a general comparison, rule of thumb, you can just compare a Hot Toys figure with the third party of that same figure character, right? That should kind of give you an idea of what that would cost. It's usually about $100 less ish, depending on the character. I'm just ballparking here, but because I collect third party figures also, and those obviously aren't licensed, right? Those a lot of those are unlicensed. So yeah, I think Beam might be around that 50%. But yeah, I know it's a good chunk of it. I know it's a good chunk of it for sure. Yeah, speaking of actually on pricing, another thing that
$290.
I kind of is $290. The Moon Knight, the previous Moon Knight.
Yep, it was $290.
Yeah, $290 compared to this Artisan of $425. But again, that the price also includes the wool hair implantation, the work for that. So,
yep.
I don't know if that kind of gives you an idea there. But yeah, $425 Artisan Moon Knight versus the $290 for the standard without the head sculpt. So just kind of give you an idea on there. Hopefully that answered your question there, Sin, or gives you an idea. Jose Plus in the house. Good evening, good sir.
But Mr. Knight's sorry to interrupt. Mr. Knight's $255.
Yeah, Mr. Knight was really cheap. Yeah, so that one's interesting. Real quick, let me read Jose's comment here, or his chat. It says, Valkyrie is a great figure. The only thing is a dead eye stare and the shoulders. That's why people slept on it, but glad to have it. Yeah, that's true. Another point was the expression. A lot of people kind of didn't like just that. And that's kind of a common complaint too. People kind of, that dead eye stare that some of these figures have. But then, when Hot Toys tries to explore, sometimes they don't always hit with those expressions. Some of them come out looking kind of weird. And so, yeah, it's kind of a balancing act there. Let's see here.
I think the answer is whatever they think they can get away with.
Yeah. Yes.
I think that's the answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say another good comparison too of just pricing in general figures. I know Ben Thomas. Shout out to Ben Thomas mentions this about price conditioning. I know something that we're all aware of in general, right? It's across all consumer products. Things just creep up in price every year, just as time goes on. It just happens, right? And then once they do, they almost, I don't want to say never, but they typically don't go back down, right? You never see a figure go back down in price to what it used to be. Even if like it would probably cost the same to make, but just to kind of keep in line with their other products. And again, this goes for any company, right? They're going to price that product within the, to be consistent more or less, with their other products. So the example I can think of recently that I'm happy to see a lot of you buying is that Chatterback Chopper, right? The Hot Toys Chopper was like $250, $245.
Yeah.
But that Chatterback Chopper that I got and Beam got and Calvin, shout out to Calvin, that was like $40, $45, $50, right? And so that when that Chatterback Chopper moves, it talks to you, it has like sound and electronics. $40, $50 is what that's.
It's slightly overscaled, which isn't, I guess, bad, but
it's just a little wider.
Yeah, that's
but
the thing.
I can't, dude. I can't, man. Yeah. I can't. I gotta have because I'll know. You know?
Yeah.
You don't know.
Yeah, I get that, and other people have that. I kind of heard that also. Some people were like they passed on that because it's not to scale, and I get that. A lot of, like I mentioned earlier, people like that accuracy. They want that scale to be consistent, and so again, we all have preferences.
And the details. I don't have to weather this thing by myself and do all that.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, that Cheddarback Chopper didn't have the paint weathering details, and
the details quite aren't there. Yeah.
I
wish I could get into it because it looks cool.
And that's what I plan to do. I'm sending my Hot Toys Chopper back to Sideshow, and then I'm getting that Cheddarback Chopper, and I'm just gonna weather, or make it look a little more metal and stuff like that. And it's just a little bit like it's just a little wider than what it should be. Really, I mean that's the only difference of the scale. So it's like it's still in scale. He's a little more, husky.
A little wider.
Yeah.
The husky chopper.
Yep.
Yeah. So there are definitely some differences. Real quick, I was going to say it's just more about again, just kind of comparing the build quality and just the overall like product versus the price, right? And again, Hot Toys, as you guys know, they don't have any of the electronics or light up features. It's just mostly the paint and the sculpting on there. But I can imagine it's probably less. Of course, it's going to be less to manufacture than what they're charging. But again, you're not going to see Hot Toys bring it down to like sub $100, right? Because they won't be consistent with all their other figures. That's just my theory. I'm sure
they could have added.
They're charging
$30 though. They could have added $30, and like R2D2. You hit the little Star Wars button on the little remote, and he, and have him talk, have him make a little noise or something like that. Simple for them. They just cheapened out.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Mike?
I forgot.
Okay, no, let me know if you remember. Yeah. So yeah, I just kind of, that's another example. Like I was gonna say, I was mentioning just to kind of give you an idea of what the pricing is, or maybe consider, what these, what some of the different companies are charging, right? And again, it's just how you see your value and what you're buying and what's worth your money. And we chop again. There's preferences and what we prefer, how we want our collections to look. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I was happy with the Cheddarback Chopper myself also, so that's the one I ended up going with. It's good enough for me, but like some people like X-Men, they prefer to have that accuracy and that extra detail, that extra paint application in there. So
yeah, I'm too bougie.
Yeah, no, it's
I remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that the X-Man is bougie, and I thought when you first brought that up, Beezy, I was like, wow, what a great second option, and
it is it really is
far less expensive. I mean, it's a no-brainer, and it has sound.
Yeah,
no-brainer.
Yep.
And moves like
and it moves.
Flails about. Yeah, it's awesome.
There's some articulation,
and I guarantee, sitting on the shelf, it's not going to be a big enough difference.
No,
right?
That most people are going to care.
Yeah,
but I know me.
Yeah, and some X-Men. We need a few more arrogant collectors in the community. It's okay, my friend.
Okay, yeah. Dave, Jose G's with you also. Same thing. Scaling's off, and it's missing details in paint. Yeah, so yeah, he's.
You can take the arms off and put the panels back on, and the
more accessories.
And, there's little things. There's little things, but ultimately, yeah,
like you said, for me, it's not gonna. I'm not that picky for like details like that or the scaling. Like I don't mind it being off, and so in my collection, it'll look fine for me. So it's good enough for me. So yeah, I'm part of that group. But all right, going on here to some other firsts. This is kind of touching on the Star Wars realm, and I know you guys are all aware of this. The shampoo bottle mall here that we got.
Oh my gosh!
Soap dispenser.
Yeah, soap dispenser. Yeah.
Baby oil.
Baby, you name it. Yeah.
And the head comes off and just pour it out.
Yeah. Oh man, again, blue with the flex. Look at that. Bam, he's got it right there.
My God, he's so quick.
And that's all they did, right? Was just put like a regular mall sculpt on there, right?
Yeah, they just have the regular. That's why his head doesn't light up. It's just like a regular sculpt in here. It's stupid. It was what it is.
Wait
Yeah.
a minute.
lame
It
that they
doesn't
did
light
that.
up. What do you mean it doesn't light up?
The
No,
light
because
doesn't reach the head sculpt because it's just a head sculpt.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah.
regular head
It's a
sculpt,
full-
not translucent like the
It's a
rest.
full head sculpt. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you
Instead
turn
of
it
just making
on?
one solid piece, they decided to. I don't know how they made it easier for themselves to do it that way, because
How about
then you had to like
putting
engineer it
Hang
to
on,
put
let
the
me-
head in there.
Let me
That's
plug it in here.
Yeah, it
How
would have
about
been easy to mold, right? It's just
advertising
all
it
one
with
piece.
50%?
that's what I would think, right?
Whoa! Look at that. You see how the head
That's
just doesn't,
insane.
and like the hood and stuff doesn't, because it does,
Yeah.
the light doesn't
The
go
main
up
thing,
past that.
Good Lord, the main thing you want lit is the head. What the
Right?
heck is
Yeah. It was a
Yeah.
stupid Hot Toys being lazy again, and it's like, oh, Hot Toys is a king. Well, shut up. No, it ain't.
No, you're not. Let's stop it with that.
But
Yeah.
I can't imagine that it was that it was a benefit to them to be lazy in that way.
Well,
You
Yeah.
know,
they do
But they
because
did-
they had to still put the.
fine.
That's because
If anything, that's more work. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
more
who would do
engineering to
that?
make that fit with that. They could have
They
just
do stupid stuff
And
all
they-
the time.
They even put the lines on his face like he
Uh,
is a hologram, and it was just like, you could have just made it translucent to begin with.
Mm.
Yeah,
It's
That's
crazy,
crazy.
dude. Yeah.
that
That
yeah,
is
that is weird.
insane.
It looks worse on that photo, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is. Wait, is it supposed to be lit up here? I can't even tell now. But yeah, good point. Yeah, I think it is supposed to be lit up, but these are
I
block
love the
photos.
fact who got it. I love the fact that he got it. Just thank
And
you.
Yeah.
it's still a cool piece regardless. But
I got it.
It would be. Yeah, it's a cool
Yep.
thing to have, right? Like it's one of those. It's one of those like in universe kind of things
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can have. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Blue takes all the bullets for collectors. I appreciate it.
yeah, I'm glad to have
Yep.
Blue Iron to kind of show and
Imposter Joker,
tell
yeah.
firsthand
Yep.
experience. Yeah. From
Blue
any
Veil.
of you who have any of these figures, yeah, let us know your thoughts on any of these. Yeah, it's good to have that firsthand experience from you guys, because I definitely don't have that. But no, yeah, I agree. Like Sin was saying here, it looks good on camera. Yeah, it looks pretty bright
Yeah.
for the rest of it, except for the head. You know, like the parts that do light up, it looks pretty good.
yeah.
That's insane.
You'd
Yeah,
have
so
to
this was
pry
the-
off the hood, like to maybe like take off the head and just kind of maybe drill out a little bit, maybe, to make it glow with just a little bit. It'd be cooler,
Yeah.
but other than that, I mean, I still dig it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
What are you?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it was an interesting idea, and like I said, this is Hot Toys' first attempt
Right.
at doing this. Again, one that just came out of nowhere. I don't know. what-
Listen,
they just-
long as you can find a toilet bowl in the middle of the night, it's fine.
Yeah. Just have it on top of your toilet tank. Yeah,
Yeah,
lighting up
man.
your
Oh, yep,
bathroom
there
at
we
night,
go.
your nightlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It was exclusive.
No hot toys in the bathroom.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
except this one.
None.
This let's see what. So this was limited to 1,500. This
Oh,
Darth
no
Maul hologram. And it is
Okay.
considered an accessory. So this is one of the ones that I was saying it's considered an accessory. So it's part of Hot Toys' accessory line or series. Yeah, and then everything but the head lights up, and it's interesting because for you 12 scale collectors, Black Series tried to do something like this and ran into a similar problem with theirs. Only, they used regular parts, except they were made out of like translucent plastic, but the thing is, the light stopped at the knees because of the thickness of the joint part right there, and so
Oh,
the
dang.
light didn't go past the knees
On these guys?
on the Black Series.
On Black Series. Okay.
So,
Yeah, on the
so did
box.
they scrap it? Did they scrap it, or did they let it go through?
Yeah, they let it go through. They came out with
Well, yeah, they made
there was
it.
like a whole wave of them. Yeah, there was like different figures that were exclusive to certain stores. They changed that up.
Yeah, I think I did see one. I think I did see one because
Yeah.
I collect some of the Star Wars Black Series. Probably.
Yeah, I ended up getting one of them. I forget which one it is, but just because also it came with like the base that actually lit up underneath it, and that you can, it's like not attached to the figure, right? So you can use a base for other things too. But if you want to, yeah, you can put the figure on there, and just like the figure by itself, it's like a cool accessory. But I didn't want want to go like all in on it. Yeah, so it's like a cool concept, but it just wasn't executed.
Executed very well. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So the other two here, again, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but the Shadow Trooper and the Stormtrooper here, these were the first figures in general, I think, from Hot Toys that had a light up background dial. Usually they have the floor, like the base or something around the base that I recall is lit up, but I think this might be the first time Hot Toys come out with something like this from the back, which for one, Star Wars, a lot of people were like asking for these types of backgrounds, like this design specifically for the Death Star. But I don't know. Do you guys has there been anything like this that you can recall that Hot Toys has done, where the background is lit up? Take that as a no.
No,
Not that it's lit up. No. This
Yeah,
was
right.
one
So
of the first ones.
yeah, and
I
these
think so.
aren't exclusive. And so these were pretty readily available. I think last I looked, they were on Sideshow. So a lot of people were happy about that, right? Because you can buy multiple of those and just line those up.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
got one of each color, a red and a white there. So yeah, that was so. Maybe we'll see more light up background dials with future releases. So that could be promising.
Yeah. And they should keep those guys like in stock, like because like people army build, or if people just want the backgrounds and all the stormtroopers, and new people come into the collection game every day, so they could be like, oh, I love Star Wars, and with that backdrop, that'd be cool. So just stormtroopers are easy to make, use the same mold, whatever, and yeah, just keep them around, add to cart, buy.
But see,
And they're
the
cheap to make.
That backdrop, instead of selling them stupid soap dispensers as accessories, sell. Do you know they would blow out these backdrops, man? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's for some
Oh, people would
wanting,
buy
just the
lots of
backdrops.
those.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, Hot Toys, I'm sure is like a business move on them. We're like, well, okay, we'll make a little more money if we include a trooper and charge them that much more.
Yeah.
Kind of like a paywall type of thing. Like if you want the backdrop, you got to buy this.
But they haven't come out with any
Apple and a speeder bike.
The other figures with them since.
Stupid Apple.
These are the only.
It's not that far off from accessory packs, I mean, they'll do that every now and again. So. Yeah.
Man. Once again, money on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. They could sell a lot more if they just sold them by themselves. Maybe that's something they will do also. I mean, these are just, like I said, this is just kind of a new approach for them. So maybe they may come out in the future.
Yeah. Or include like a deluxe or something and have two of them in there, or a single pack with just the one behind it, or something like that.
Yeah, and these are still available, right? On for sale. I don't think I've seen them sold out, or do you guys know?
I think they're available on Sideshow anymore.
They're not, you said?
I don't think they are. No.
Oh, just on Sideshow, but they were pretty.
They're out and about.
They were selling at other places, right? Okay.
Yeah, they're out and about.
Okay. Yep. All right. We got SpongeBob SquareBalls in the house. What is up, Classy Thomas, Sir Thomas? Thank you for coming through, man. Hopefully you're doing well, and hopefully you have a good night so far. Thanks for joining us here on this this fine evening. Good sir. We're still we still got some content to talk about. We're getting through this. Yeah, a lot of good discussion so far. So we'll keep on rolling here. Next one. Let's see. Yeah, still sticking with some firsts here for Hot Toys last year. Announcements. So these are we're going from releases to announcements. I know most of the information, the stuff we were covering is just on releases, but figure I'd throw in some interesting announcement here. So starting with young Ahsoka Tano Padawan from the Ahsoka show. Again, as you can probably tell, a lot of people were surprised with this one because this is the first time Hot Toys has done a quote-unquote a kid, although she's meant to be more of a teen, so a young adult-ish. I think she's meant to be like around 14 around this time.
Yeah.
The character anyways, the actor was probably a little bit older, I think. But yeah, just in general, like this is the first time Hot Toys has approached someone this young.
No, she was definitely underage too, I think.
Wait, say it again? Underage what?
Yeah, she was too. The actress, what's her fucking name?
Oh
She
yeah,
was in Borderlands.
Ariana Greenblatt.
Yeah, she was like,
yeah.
I want to say she was like 16 or 17 or something like that.
16, 17. Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I meant like older than Ahsoka was supposed to be. Like she obviously played younger than what she was. What I meant. But you're right. She was still. Yeah, she was still underage then. But so yeah, a lot of people were speculating that well, maybe Hot Toys this opens the gate for other younger figures that Hot Toys could do. But so a lot of people were surprised.
Young Anakin
included.
You know.
Young Anakin.
Young
Anakin. Yeah. So that was kind of interesting. That was like surprised a lot of people. A lot of people were excited to see that one. And some other firsts, like we touched on earlier, the Artisan Black Widow here. So a couple of firsts for this one for Hot Toys. Again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but definitely the 2 SKUs for the Artisan, right? They hadn't done that before. And in general, I think the fact that they made the special edition a higher quantity than a non-special edition, I don't think Hot Toys has done that before either. So that was kind of an interesting approach. Again, I don't know what the rationale was behind that, but I mean, again, it's kind of touches on, hey, make more readily available for those that want it, right? It kind of somewhat we were hinting on about exclusives, just making a higher amount so everyone get a chance to get it. And this kind of touches on that with making more of the special edition than the non-special edition. So interesting enough, though, some people were saying, well, okay, but now the one with the limited quantities, like the non-special edition, I'd rather have that because that's like limited. So for those limited collectors, that seemed more appealing to them, which is kind of funny. But it just kind of goes to show you the mind of a collector. But yeah, so that was kind of a first. I don't know if you guys recall anything like that happening. The other was the magnetic base. I think this was the first figure to come with announced, I should say, to come with magnetic base. So this is the first Hot Toys figure that will come out when it does with the magnetic base. And obviously, as we know, this Cap Strike Suit 2.0 ended up having one, and then now Artisan Winter Soldier will have one as well. So it seems like this we're going to see more figures with this coming out. But yeah, you guys have any thoughts on these figures or these features here from these figures?
I'm hoping to get 2 of the Ahsokas, because I wouldn't mind putting that one of those head sculpts on the Clone Wars version with the blue. That'd be really cool.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and
the animated Clone Wars one.
Yeah, the animated Clone Wars one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Even though, like, I mean, it's still really cool, but like, it'd be cool to have Ahsoka in that, in that Clone Wars stuff, and I think she might be roughly the same height and whatnot, and it'd be really cool. And she did a really good job, and I think they're bringing her back along with like Hayden and stuff like that for more Clone Wars shenanigans, which would be phenomenal. More of that live action Clone Wars. I'm all for it, and I was able to get this Black Widow. The regular version. I didn't get the special edition with the arm until until recently, actually, a waitlist conversion.
Oh, nice. So you got both?
Yep.
No, nice. Okay, yeah. He scored one of each.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was able to secure the special edition. Yeah, again, because they had 4,000 of those and then 2,000 of the non-special edition. So it seemed like everyone who wanted her wanted the figure were able to get her. Yeah, but she looks great, man. I'm looking forward to this one. This was the first Artisan that I pre-ordered because it just looked too good. I'm a fan of this suit, and I don't have a Black Widow in my collection, so yeah, it just worked out. It was just it's awesome. And it's funny because as other people pointed out when this figure came out, I think it was like a deleted scene, but in the movie she didn't have this gauntlet on, and so it's kind of
no.
Yeah.
Right. So
she had like a dress on for the party, and then it was like it was her and Tony, and she had the arm up, and they were practicing or something, shooting and
this
shit.
isn't even accurate to the deleted scene, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go back to Hot Toys and accuracy, right? Or lack thereof, I should say.
Still got it. But,
what's that?
Still got it, but.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use it, but.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is an example of one for me that I don't mind either. Yeah, that's something that I'm picky with. I'll take it. Like throwing it in there. Same price, right? There's the same price.
Yeah, that's weird how they did it that way.
Yep, the same price.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
is it special if there's more of it? I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Right? Yeah. Kind of
Well,
going
it's just
to
a little-
earlier what I was mentioning.
Cheap arm or whatever that they just throw in and say, "Oh, special edition," and yeah, it's just,
Mhm.
Eh. Yeah. So I had
I still,
two
still got it,
SKUs.
so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Still
yeah,
good.
yeah, It's a cool piece, regardless. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Gonna, yeah. Yep. All right. So that was it for the announcements. So the next thing we've already mentioned, we brought up. It's not really an announcement. It's just kind of more of like a news item here that we touched on. So Hot Toys, I guess first for them that caught us all by surprise that was unprecedented was the cancellation of the Sicarian Iron Man suit from What If and the young Barry from The Flash, which it definitely caught me by surprise. Also, it's just kind of like I said, because they hadn't done that before, and they put out. I guess they sent out an email to those who, I don't know if it was to those who pre-ordered these or to the distributors, but Joao, Big Bretta, shout out to Joao. He posted this notice on Facebook for all of us here, and so it's not too much information, but it just Hot Toys mentions involuntary cancellation of these two figures, and they're reacting to the rapid market changes. So it seems, of course, they want to be careful how they word these things, and they don't want to say too much. But I don't think it's ever been confirmed the actual reason why, nor do I expect it to. Of course, they probably wouldn't say, but a lot of people are just thinking just because low numbers or low pre-order numbers. So I don't know if it was that or they just didn't meet the agreement of the license, but it didn't seem like it was out that long. I mean, there's other figures that have been on pre-order for a while, right? So I don't know if it was necessarily that, or if just a licensor, maybe they changed something. Maybe they didn't want them to do it after all, or what. I don't know. I don't think we ever got confirmation on what the deal was, but for whatever reason, Hot Toys canceled it, and they even say here that they're disappointed. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but yeah, disappointed to this unusual situation of project cancellation. So it seems like that's kind of implying like it wasn't up to them, because they said again they're mentioning involuntary. So yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. And then so now obviously that opens a possibility of other potential figures being canceled, but I don't know to what extent. Again, we don't know the actual reason why. It is interesting though, because since then other people have been kind of saying, well, like, there's a possibility that this figure could be canceled because of either bad publicity or things that have happening, but certain figures come out regardless, they still release. So I would say these are the only two since then that have been canceled. There hasn't been any that have been canceled after the fact. So yeah, I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
It's pretty shitty. I know people wanted that Flash. I was seriously considering the Sakaar and Iron Man, so I hadn't pre-ordered either one of these.
Yeah,
I was hoping to get that Iron Man later on down the road when I didn't have so much on pre-order, but
yeah.
But yeah, I mean it freed up that so I could pre-order more. But yeah, it's weird, unfortunate, and very unexpected. So it sucks.
Yeah, for sure. It was weird. I know. Sin here is also mentioning, Flash cancellation was strange to me. Yeah, it was kind of unusual for a lot of people. Yeah, anyone else got any thoughts on this before we go on to the next topic?
I pre-ordered the Flash, and then I've heard the young Barry and whatnot, and it sucked when I got the cancellation. It was very weird. I've never seen them cancel anything in the 11 years that I've been collecting. I mean, maybe they've canceled something earlier, or I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to make too many of the Ezra Miller. I don't know what.
How about this? Do you think it was Hot Toys' call, or do you think it was somebody else that asked them to cancel these or told them to cancel these?
Well, they said market fluctuation, which
Right.
tells me in my cynical mind there just weren't enough orders. Like, I can't imagine that's not always been a thing, where they had something where they just didn't have enough orders, where the juice wasn't worth the squeeze for them,
Yeah.
And
that's
what I figured. But also, I mean, after so many years, if this is the first time that's happened, this could have been the first time that was the case either, So I don't know.
You think so? That of all the figures Hot Toys made, like only these two just didn't sell that many?
That sounds ridiculous to think about it that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it yeah.
But also, I mean, when you look at stuff like how critical people have been about certain projects,
Yeah.
Now versus in the past, especially with Marvel, like I didn't hear anyone really talking good about a Sakaar and Iron Man. Like I heard a lot of just meh about it.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just how it was. But as far as Barry goes, I mean, it's no secret that was not a very popular movie.
Right.
I don't know how many people actually care about Ezra Miller, whether it's to do with his acting or his role as the Flash or his extracurricular stuff, if that matters to anybody at all or not. But like, I don't know. I mean, that's how it reads to me. But also, it does sound ridiculous that after how many years of Hot Toys making Hot Toys, this couldn't be the first time that's happened. And maybe it's not the first time it's happened. Maybe they just went through with it the last time. And they were like, you know what? It just wasn't worth it. Maybe this time we'll just cancel it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that's another reason why I think it wasn't up to Hot Toys because like, I'm sure there's been other times where they had low numbers and they still went through with it, but something here it seems like it just seems like there was something that kind of forced their hand to do it. It just because usually like say for the licensors that I know of that from what I've heard, right, if you go into an agreement of using a license or leasing it or whatever or buying part of it, there's some stipulations, some agreements there, and I've heard people that certain manufacturers have to make a certain number or there's certain deadlines or quantities that they have to make. You're like, hey, if you want this, then you got to do this. So, and if you don't, sometimes there could be a penalty. I'm not saying that's always the case, but usually they would have to pay a certain amount. Like that licensor is guaranteed a certain amount of money regardless, right? Because again, each contract is different. That could vary. I don't know. There's no like consistent approach. So I'm thinking maybe if that was the case for Hot Toys, it'd be in their best interest not to cancel and try to sell these. But again, if they didn't have that in place, if there was nothing saying like, hey, they'll get penalized for canceling, then maybe they did it anyways. They're like, okay, we have this opportunity to cancel and get away scot-free, so no penalty to us, so I guess we'll just do it type thing. That could be it too. I don't know, but again, it's just speculation. There's like a lot of factors at play here.
But if you go back to the last slide, to the
last slide
description or whatever it was, or the previous.
Oh yeah.
Where it says yet it does happen with our production schedule. I think they're referring to things like they teased and didn't finish, like our graveyard, what we consider graveyard figures.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, because it says it does happen from time to time or whatever. So I think they're considering that as well, because we'll see the prototype at a con, or they'll put up the banner of Shazam, and then things just don't go their way, and they have to cancel it. They just didn't get as far into production as these two did.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that could be it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Or maybe they had to work some kinks until they were ready to put up for pre-order. But yeah, I can see that. Like here for this case, they just put it up, but something came up they didn't account for, or they didn't think about, or something. I don't know.
I can be honest. There probably weren't crap with pre-orders for these, especially the Sakaar and Iron Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see a whole lot of people saying that they wanted them or wanted the Sakaar and Iron Man.
No.
Or the Barry, because I know, a lot of people were complaining about the Ezra Miller and if they were going to go for a Flash, they probably would have went for the main Flash. And
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Mike?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that this doesn't happen more often.
Yeah, as we were just saying, yeah.
Yeah, simply because, well, I dropped out for a second there, so I probably missed it.
Oh, okay.
Simply because of all of the different fractions that come into play, the different IPs, the different people that you have to, the different estates that you have to talk to. I'm sure all of these, the mechanics are different from every one of these. And that's why I'm surprised. I'm surprised that it doesn't happen more often. That's a pretty good track record, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Out of all the figures they released, these two are canceled.
Yeah, and I mean
that is a good track record.
Yeah, it's like once in a blue moon, right? Well, not blue moon, but it just doesn't happen a lot. That's weird.
Yeah, it's never happened. Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope it doesn't happen again. Really, because I had one of these pre-ordered.
Did they refund you, whoever you pre-ordered from?
Yeah, I got my entity back from Sideshow. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. All right, gotcha.
Yeah, like I said, I hope it doesn't.
There are other industries that produce and manufacture like different things, be it automotive or kitchenware or whatever it might be. They have a tendency to discard lots of product every year, and that's why this is such an exception.
Yeah. And these are the things that could be limited. They could, they could, if it's low pre-order, they could be like, okay, well, we're limiting these to 1,500 or something like that. So if you want it, pre-order it, and that's it, or 1,000 or whatever, and they wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Going back, like it's kind of hard to tell, like how to gauge, like, I'm sure if they thought that this wasn't going to sell, they probably would have done limited, and they probably would have probably had some sort of stipulation in their contract about that too. But it's kind of hard. Yeah, you can't really tell. I'm sure Hot Toys didn't want this to happen, right? Like, you would have prevented if they could, but it's just kind of hard to predict, right? You can't predict which ones are going to sell and which ones aren't.
Yeah.
Didn't this young Flash come out right in the heat of the controversy of the movie, and then Ezra Miller was still being looked at and scrutinized? I kind of remember this was right in the thick of all of that.
No, that had been going for a while before that happened.
But the point is, he had been, it was baked in, his character, and people didn't like, what he did. That was baked in. And if that has anything to do with lack of sales, that's possible. But the thing is, other figures that came out did well from this movie, right? Yeah. So it could be the fact that maybe at that particular time, people weren't looking at it. I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, because these announcements came out after the movie, right? Or The Flash, anyways, that came out after the movie?
This came out after the movie.
This was after the movie?
Yeah, and that movie was delayed quite a while, too.
Yeah.
And that whole controversy had pretty well been, done and dealt with.
And the movie didn't help sell it anyway. Although I personally thought, and it had some really horrible moments, but I personally thought the movie was not as bad as people led you to believe initially.
I don't think so either.
I thought there were some pretty cool moments. I thought Keaton's Batman might have been better than his other movies, man. He was really exceptionally great in that movie.
Yeah.
That was the real reason to go see it.
Yeah. A lot of people were drawn to it for that. Yeah, I think. Yeah, from what I've been hearing, that was a big draw there.
Oh, you didn't see it? You didn't see it, huh?
No, I did. I saw it, but I just remember hearing people talk about it and saying, one of the main reasons they went is for Keaton.
Yeah.
That could be part of it too. People just didn't like Ezra Miller as a person, so they didn't want a figure to represent him. But they would really have not like him to get it, because another figure with a similar situation that I can think of was Kang, right? And Kang seemed to be well received. I have, and I like it. And that came out. That wasn't canceled. Yeah.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really like that Kang.
Yeah. And again, kind of separating the source material from the figure. Some people, they just would rather not do. They can't do that, or they choose not to. They don't want anything to do with that figure. Again, I mentioned Morbius. What was the other one? It was Morbius, and there was something. Maybe it was Kang, and there was another one. I'm blanking out on that. People just didn't like the source material and they passed on it. But so there was other figures where that was similar to. So I don't know why Flash would be different in that case, but maybe they just don't really like Ezra Miller. I don't know. Whatever the case is, it didn't work out.
Yeah.
All right, so that was canceled Hot Toys. Yeah, last year again. Surprising stuff. Hopefully, you won't get too many of those. But I don't know if it does. I guess the last thing I will touch on.
I'm sorry, Feezy. In retrospect, that Sicarian would look killer. What's the one that they're recently gonna release with the I forgot which IP, the girl with the big giant hands.
Oh yeah, Vi from Arcane.
Vi, yep.
Man, put those two together, that would look pretty deep. Put her in her big hands. I mean, that would make it. And look how bright and colorful they
have them fight each other. Yeah, that would be that would have been a cool
look.
Would
be a dope display, man.
Yeah, that would have been pretty sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sin has a interesting suggestion here. Just scrap the head sculpts, right? If people just don't like a particular character, that could be an option, right? Instead of Hot Toys usually does the opposite, right? If there's a figure that's not well received when it comes out as far as like how a head sculpt looks, again, going back to Supergirl, they typically improve it and then it ends up doing well. Again, similar situation to Supergirl, but I don't think they've done the opposite where they would scrap a head sculpt. The only problem I can see with that is, if you already put up a figure for pre-order at a certain price, people would be upset that if you took that away and are still paying the same price. So then how do you handle that price? You would have to give people like refunds, or else they're going to be rioting and at your front door of your place of business. So I think that's probably like the hard part there is navigating that. You would have to put it up for pre-order, or remove the head sculpt before you put it up for pre-order, and lower the price is what I would think. But I don't know. All right, so going on to some sticking with announcements, going on to some surprise announcements. I put these in here because, again, similar to the Black Widow and the young Ahsoka, there's some surprise announcements that we got that seems like a lot of people were genuinely surprised to see or not expected. I know we covered some already. Again, this isn't all of them. This is kind of just ones that stuck out to me, and there could be more. And of course, you guys on the panel, let me know if you have others. But first up here, we're going with some Marvel surprise announcements. So we got Dr. Doom from Hot Toys, and that was, on a couple of levels, that was a surprise because this was the first comic figure in a comic series since Hono was announced, right? Because they had been doing these Hono figures, and we thought, okay, is Hot Toys now going to take this all their comic figures and put them in the Hono line? But they came out with this Doom. I think it was the first one since the Hono figures, and so that kind of showed up. Well, Hot Toys is still doing their comic series, right? And as we've seen, we've received other announcements that are also in the comic line. Venom being one of them. I forget who else they just recently put up for pre-order that was also in the comic line. But Venom was the other one I can think of. But just the fact that they did Doom also, though, it was just kind of no hint that they would have done that. And it kind of came out of nowhere for a lot of people, but it was badass nonetheless. This was a pleasant surprise for me personally. I ended up pre-ordering this one because it's motherfucking Doom, man. It looks like badass. MF Doom.
MF.
You couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah. Did you get this one, Mike? I know you kind of very selective with your Hot Toys, but is this one you got?
I never ever pre-order. So
it'll
be one of those things that if I can get them, I can get them. But this right here, I mean, he's the GOAT in my opinion. Marvel, as far as villains, he's the GOAT.
He's the GOAT. Yeah. Mike's like, you know how they say never say never. Well, I'm saying never.
Never.
Never. Yeah, Doom. Yeah, he's badass though. Anyone else picking up Doom or eventually thinking about picking
definitely.
up?
Definitely picking up Doom.
Yeah.
I want it for sure. Though.
I can't remember if this was before or after they announced Robert Downey Jr. that they put this up.
This was like right after,
Yeah.
I want to say.
So yeah, I mean, it's a pleasant surprise
Oh yeah,
for sure.
for sure.
We get a date
So was
for you.
that Hano Iron Man. I care less about the Spider-Man, but the Iron Man's
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
The Iron Man was
Yeah,
way better than the one that Hot Toys
cool.
put out.
It's
The only thing
seamless.
is, they didn't need
It's
to light him up.
seamlessness.
They didn't need to light him up. They could have just made the stuff just bright yellow
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
shave some cash off of there because it's supposed to be they keep inching and inching up with the Hono prices.
There is no difference between Hot Toys and Hono. It's all a shadow company. This is Hot Toys Light. Let's face it. They're creeping up the prices. There's, it's come on. And then, I mean, they're so erratic with this line. I'm hearing more and more collectors are really having issue with the Hono line because they're very inconsistent. And then they've been announcing things. Once again, where is the Thor? It is so weird that he would be one of the first you would announce. And then you come out with these. And I mean, people seem to like them, but there are a lot of people being turned off by these that I've been getting wind of because, they're already, I mean, the company's barely been around and they're jacking their prices up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's something that I think we'll touch on here in a little bit. Also, that people are not liking the prices, creeping up on Hono. But real quick, to answer your guys' question on when this Doom was announced, so he was announced in September. So it was after Comic-Con, which is when they announced when Downey would be Doom.
Mm-hmm.
So the Dr. Doom was announced, September 23rd. So I think that probably would have pushed up some pre-orders there, for sure. And then, like you guys were mentioning, the Hono Iron Man. This one was another interesting one. Granted, well, for one, because it was an Iron Man, but another, it came with seamless arms and legs, like Wolverine did. But this was like the first Iron Man that we've seen seamless from a Hot Toys or Hot Toys related company, which was really awesome. It looks awesome. I'm not gonna lie, I passed on it, but I'm still like, I was looking at pictures of it again. I was like, damn, man, looks tempting. And then, like X-Men touched on, it does have a light up chest, arc reactor, and hands are the repulsor blasters on his hands.
Mm-hmm.
I think the hands are painted.
Repulsors. Wait, are they? I thought they
I'm
were.
pretty sure the hands are
light up.
painted.
Let me see here. I think.
I could be wrong, but let me.
Yeah, double check for me. I thought they were. Those three things were light up, but let me know. Yeah, let me know.
I thought it was just the chest.
Because
I thought
Pretty
the
sure
hands
it's
lit
just-
up. I think the hands light
I mean,
up too. Though.
Well, the coolest
Yeah,
thing
'cause
about
I
this one
think-
too is that it was magnetic light up function.
yeah, I was gonna say that's another.
Activated.
Yeah, that's another thing I think Hot Toys hasn't done yet was that I'm aware of. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but just magnetically activated lights or electronics in their figures. But I was gonna say that's why I think the hands were light up also because when
Oh
we were
no,
talking
you're
about
right.
this.
The hands light up too.
That's
Yeah,
what I
okay, 'cause
thought.
they were
I
showing a
thought I-
photo.
You're right.
Yeah.
They would show a photo of the
Yeah.
so his the countermeasures. What are the countermeasure dispensers there on his hips? Those circular discs. Those are
Yeah, they have the
magnetic pieces
magnets
that
in
you
them.
use.
Yeah.
Yeah, to light up the hands and the chest. Thank you for confirming, by the way, X-Men.
Yeah.
But
But now, like, because you look at a piece like the Ironmonger base that came out recently, right? Where they painted it so brightly that it looks like it's illuminated. You know, the eyes on that thing. They could have easily done that here. And
Yeah.
What is that
Blue to
gold
blue.
material made of?
what is what made of?
The gold material made of?
yeah, it's just
I don't
silicone.
think we know. Yeah, I think some people were thinking it's like paint infused silicone.
Yeah.
But I
Okay,
don't know.
because I cannot imagine this not creasing or cracking at those joints.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Yeah, we don't know.
Time will
'cause
tell.
This is like the first
Yeah.
time we've got. Yeah, we've seen something like this where they have a metallic kind of look paint with a seamless appendage. But yeah, a lot of people brought that up too. Like, how long is that going to last? How's it going to hold up? Is it going to crack? I mean, silicone will probably eventually crack. It's just a matter of time, but how long will this last? Particular.
Well, the thing is, you're going to crack that on the surface anyway first. You know what I'm saying? It's going to make its way, or should I say, it'll make its way up to the surface. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. If it's painted over, that's things. Some people were thinking that the paint might be mixed in with the silicone, but I don't know. How difficult that is.
It's fascinating. I mean, that thing is fascinating to me to see how shiny it is. Yet, it's seamless. Okay, how is this going to behave?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, this was an interesting one all around. What's that, Dave?
It certainly looks good, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, man, it does. Yeah. So I only have one picture here. Obviously, there's it comes with an interchangeable face mask, faceplate with his classic look where he has like the kind of like the horns coming out here on the corners.
Yeah.
First one to break 200, I believe. I forgot how much it was exactly. I don't know if it was 200 or 200 plus.
215, I think.
Yeah,
215. Okay, yeah.
It was what you call a death knell.
Yeah. I definitely talked about this one on one of my previous streams. I think it was a figure lowdown stream, but I went over that. We to discuss the price and all that, so I won't go too in depth on it here. But I'll put a link for that in the description also if you want to check that out for those of you that are interested. All right, and then of course the Hono Spider-Man, the black suit was the first Spider-Man that Hono released, and it just came out recently, so I don't think too many people have gotten it yet. But it was released in China. So that should be coming soon. Bendable webs, I think, is one of the main drawing points for this figure. Is I don't think any other Spider-Man have had that. Do you guys know? Have had other Spider-Man have bendable webs?
I think this is the first one.
Right? Yeah.
I'm surprised the other ones have.
Because I know the new Spider-Man comes with them too. But...
Right. Yeah.
So you said with the previous Spider-Man, just straight.
Straight,
wow.
or they were already pre-molded in a certain shape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. None of them had bendable wires that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Real quick, Figure Craft in the house. Figure Craft, what is up, Philly Z? Thank you for coming through. Says, yo, fellas, que pasa?
Yeah.
Glad to see you're still up with us, man.
I saw Philly on another stream, and when we were talking about Hano, and he had some comments to make about it. So.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay, yeah.
Well, he wasn't on somebody's stream. He was in the chat on somebody else.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, we'll come back to Hano here in a little bit. I got some other slides on there, so on Hano. So going on to some other surprise announcements. That was Marvel, and then we got quite a few slides of Star Wars here. So first set here, Revan, Starkiller, and Malgus. I know Malgus was recently announced the end of last year also, but yeah, these are again something that people didn't see for these specific characters just because they're not really they weren't part of the how should I say, like the popular canon, I should say, like that Star Wars casual fans kind of are aware of.
Main canon.
A lot of people didn't know who these characters were. I only vaguely knew of them. Malgus, I don't think I've kind of just heard his name, to be honest. But Revan and Starkiller I knew of. So it was interesting to see these Hot Toys actually do these characters. And we first saw them when Hot Toys did their Dark Side event. I think that was back in April. I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But they showed like a teaser of a picture of all the Dark Side figures and these, except Malgus. Starkiller and Revan were on there, but people were kind of skeptical that that they weren't going to do them, that they were kind of just there as part of the event to kind of just for advertisement. But no, lo and behold, they ended up doing them, and everybody was, I don't say everybody, but most people were excited for these, myself included.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, yeah, man, I was excited.
My iPad started trembling when I went to Instagram. He was like, hell yeah!
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Yeah, I was stoked. Yeah. Yeah, I know some of you guys were.
These are really badass, man.
Yeah, right. And I know some of you guys are fans of these, right? You guys any thoughts? Were you kind of equally as surprised when these were announced?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because they don't ever want to touch this stuff.
Yeah.
And this is all like video game stuff.
Yeah, exactly. All three of these, are from the are in the video game line.
They still haven't done Cal Kestis.
Yeah,
It's like-
yep.
Gosh, yeah.
And they're gonna do Revan now. Well, okay, shoot.
See, I had
Yeah.
never heard of Revan until I saw they came out with a version of him, Black Series. And I went,
Yeah.
who is this dude with these two I'm like, this dude looks badass. You know, the first time I ever seen him before. I went, I really like this design.
Revan's a big fucking deal, man.
Yeah.
Revan was
kind of
there
a
for
big
the
deal.
Jedi Civil War. He friggin' got involved in the Mandalorian Wars when the Jedi weren't gonna do it. Friggin'
Yeah, I did a little
the-
research. Oh, he went. I know he traveled back and forth between the dark and the light side. I know that, right?
Yeah. He was a Jedi, then he went Sith, then he became a Jedi again, and then like he ended up becoming imprisoned and used as like basically like a force battery for 300 years. And eventually when he died, his soul split into light and dark side, and then he was reborn, and it's a whole convoluted thing. But like
Holy.
the whole rule of two thing, that was inspired by Revan's dark side teachings.
Yeah. Really
He
cool
didn't come
things.
up with it, but it was inspired by his stuff.
Nice.
Definitely some lore here, and you can see, like I was saying, they're in the video game series / line of Hot Toys, but they all have Star Wars Legends underneath them. Just because remind me again, that's not considered canon, right? That's outside of canon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Although, well, see, the only good thing that happened with the Rise of Skywalker was they mentioned Revan. That was the only thing that movie had going for it. And
Gotcha. I don't.
if they're trying to keep that bullshit canon, then at the very least, somehow or other, Revan is canon. So
Gotcha. Okay.
at least there's that.
Yeah, you could see him in some form.
I've only seen that movie once, so
The problem
Yeah,
is
same.
questioning what is and what isn't. That's a big problem. You shouldn't have to question. The
Yeah, there's just so
storyline
much-
is just storyline, you know.
Yeah, there's just like a lot of shit out there. That's just the only thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of hard to tell what is and what isn't if they can just include everything there.
Yeah. And it sucks that like the only reason why they got into these is because it was slow Marvel time, slow Disney time.
Right.
Like it feels like to me that the only reason why we got these is because they had no Marvel coming, they had no Star Wars coming, they had really nothing else, so they had to delve into other Star Wars, and I mean these are freaking awesome. Give me more cool legend shit like this because it's fantastic. But if they were going to do Star Killer, I would have preferred from with a
right, his normal look.
What kind of what's
Sam
the difference?
Sam Witwer head sculpt. Sam Witwer head sculpt. But I mean, I'll take this too. It's freaking awesome. And Darth Revan looks dope. The Malgus. Malgus to me is just like if Anakin Skywalker beefed up his armor and could live without the helmet.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what Malgus is to
I
me.
can see that. Yeah.
The
Yeah,
thing
a lot
that
of people-
surprised me the most is when they used I guess they just used the Hot Toy for comparison. But in lore, he towers over Darth Vader. This guy, Malgus, he's huge.
Yeah, he's big. Yeah, I think he's like beefier, but I think they're almost about the same height.
Are
Or
they
like
the same?
13.
Well, maybe not
something.
towers, but he's definitely got a.
Yeah, he might be a little taller.
But he's definitely bulkier. by
Yeah,
far.
he's
He
huge.
looks like he could
Yeah.
whip Darth Vader's ass.
That's a huge Sith.
Oh, it seems like he could. If you watch those cinematics, man, it's crazy shit.
I need to go back and I don't think I've seen those. I need to go back and watch those. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I never played the Old Republic, which is what Revan and Malgus are from. I just heard about it. It's just a game I never got into, but I read the backstory of Revan. Yeah, really interesting. So I need to go back and watch those cinematics.
And if they remake the game, I'll play it. You know, I just haven't gone back to play the Old Republic.
Yeah.
Either.
Yeah.
So.
Same. But these aren't the only surprise Star Wars announcements we got. So we got some additional ones. One from Return of the Jedi here. Speaking of Return of the Jedi and Darth Vader, Han was, I think, a surprise. I think some people were anticipating Han to be released, and I know some people were eagerly anticipating him. But yeah, they announced him. Return of the Jedi. What's that?
When is he due out? Do you remember?
I'll tell you here in a second. He's scheduled as now Q1, Q2 of this year.
Get out!
Last I have. Yeah, so pretty soon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, if he's not delayed.
Right.
Yeah.
But, yeah. No. So, and then obviously they, I didn't put Chewie up here, but we figured if Han was coming out, Chewie's gonna come out. But they released him from Empire Strikes Back, though. He was branded Empire Strikes Back. But I was one of the ones excited to get Han. I don't have a Han from my favorite Star Wars movie. It's Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. So I definitely got Han, looking good. And then Vader, man, this was another one. Battle damaged Vader. It's like so badass. Just like this photo here. I was looking through these photos of Vader, and they were all looking good, man. But this one also had some firsts here. This is, I think, the first Vader action figure, once the scale figure we've seen where he's as battle damaged as he is. From the Obi-Wan show, he just had his helmet damaged, and then I think the Return of the Jedi had some slight battle damage, like in his chest piece. But this one is like from head to toe battle damage, which is awesome. Not only that, the deluxe edition comes with this interchangeable cape that a lot of people didn't realize had part of Vader's mask in it. But in the description it says, I think it says like
you can see it,
helmet silhouette or something like that in the cape. But yeah, man, so badass.
You can see it in the picture.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I put it in there, man. Yeah, and that's the first time Hot Toys has done something like that, where they had a cape.
Pretty dope.
To switch it out in.
Hell yeah.
I think the consensus was, like, I heard from a few collectors who saw this, or people who saw this initially, they thought it was a statue, including myself. And then I started reading the description, and I was like, oh, damn, that's actually a figure. That's sick. Yeah, that just really, that just sold me.
Well, you know why?
Why?
Because a statue company came out with Darth Vader, and it had a very gothic look. Yeah. And the cape was tattered and draped out, very similar to this. I would not be surprised if Hot Toys got the inspiration.
That was the Sideshow premium format Vader mythos.
Yeah, I would.
The cape is very similar.
Right, the mythos. I would not be surprised if some of that inspiration didn't come from that. Because that cape looks suspiciously like that. The cape that the kind of aesthetic that they used for that statue.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Yep.
Only in 1/6 form. So.
Yeah. And a figure.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yep. And then, of course, Grievous, another one that a lot of Star Wars, or just collectors in general, were eagerly anticipating. They saw a lot of them who wanted a Grievous. They had to, quote unquote, settle or just kind of work with the Sideshow one, which I hear had a lot of issues. I don't have it, but as a fill-in. But I think a lot of people were wanting this Grievous.
I can't
not
wait.
only that.
I can't wait.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Can't wait to do the comparison video, man. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm looking forward to seeing that also.
Yeah. The figure that Couldn't stand up.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I hear.
Literally.
But yeah, and Hot Toys, they obviously thought of that. They had some time to think about it and sit on it, and they gave them, was it die cast? At least die cast arms, right? I think the legs were also die cast.
They better be.
Thanks.
Right?
All
Yes.
It's been a
of
while
them
since I
are.
looked at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely included some die cast. I think it was in the legs and the arms.
Yeah,
But
good.
yeah, real quick, X-Man. I know you're gonna head out here pretty soon, but Eddie, you want to give your thoughts on these before you head out here?
Oh yeah, no, these are all pretty freaking cool. I have Han on order, but I'm probably gonna end up canceling him just because
Really?
I've got my devotion elsewhere, man. Like there's too much Deadpool coming out.
Oh.
Things gotta get cut. Things gotta get cut.
Yep.
And Star Wars is like the
I
first thing to be
appreciate that,
cut.
X-Man. I hope that reverberates around the community. Usually I like when there's a figure that I want, I'm usually cheering for other people not to. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I need him to go discount, dude. He has to stay in the marketplace. Come on.
Well, I don't know if that's gonna happen, but
Oh, I know. I want you guys to do what you're doing. So.
but anyway, yeah, it's good to be on here with you guys tonight. Sorry I gotta run out, but I gotta get up in the morning and
no
do stuff.
apologies at
so-
all.
Yeah, that's cool,
just-
man.
Thanks for staying
Yeah,
as long
I
as you did.
will,
I was expecting you to head out earlier, but yeah,
I,
appreciate it.
I was going to, but I'm like, I want to keep going. But
Yeah.
but yeah, man, it's good to be here with you guys for a little bit. And yeah, all these
Yes, sir.
figures are they're freaking awesome, man. It's why we're all here, right?
Yes, sir.
But
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
but man, yeah, it's good to see Easy and Beam and Blue and
Likewise,
Mike, all y'all
Yeah.
and everybody in the chat. Always a good time, you guys.
Yes, sir. All right,
Oh,
man.
yeah,
Have a
dude.
good night. Catch you on the next one. Thanks
All
again
right,
for
good
coming
night,
through.
everybody.
Later.
Later, man.
Yeah, and, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I'll have X-Men Supreme's links to his socials in the description here after the chat. So just head on over, check out his IG, and show him some love if you like what he's doing. And yeah, he's definitely not a stranger. He's been on here a couple of times, and I'm sure he'll be on again. So good to have him on here. But yeah, anyone else got any thoughts on these three figures here? Got a few more Star Wars figures to go over after this. So
Yeah, I
Looking
got
forward to all of them. All
Yeah.
three are on order.
I got
Oh,
two of the Hans coming. I got two Hans. The Han.
Han. Yeah, that's what Lando calls him.
And yeah,
Yeah,
Han.
Lando. He probably just does it to piss him off, and it just kind of stuck,
yeah.
so,
But I got the Darth Vader because he's freaking awesome, and I'm like, because I have the battle damage version from Obi-Wan.
yeah.
I'm like, where do I put him now? Do I put him in his
Yeah.
own shelf with the cool ass silhouette cape there? And
Yeah.
Yep.
but I'll figure something out. But and finally Grievous. We've been waiting for a damn Grievous because I've seen my brothers. It looks all right. It looks cool, but yeah, hearing the complaints, and I'm like, I can't do that. I won't be able to. I'll throw that thing in the trash.
So you're not
but
gonna
yeah,
do it? You're not gonna take a shot at it?
but the sideshow Grievous, no. I'll buy this Hot Toys Grievous. Yeah, I
That's
would.
what I meant,
I
you're getting
Oh, this one I pre-ordered, man. Finally, a Hot Toys Grievous, metal joints. He's able to stand and stand the test of time. Yeah, it's and he comes with like 4. Does it come with 4 LED lightsabers
Yes.
as well?
That's what I was
two.
just thinking.
Was it
I
two?
think there's
Two?
only 2, yeah, that were
Oh, okay,
LEDs.
I think it was just 2.
okay.
only 2?
I believe
but
so,
they,
yeah.
they give you 4 though, right? And 2 light up.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, well, you'd have to get like 2 more, like the fusion reactors or something like that, or CCFLs, just so we could have the 4 sticking out like that.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome. It'll be fantastic to finally have them on the shelf.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you guys, man. I got all 3 of these. Again, they're all badass. I don't have a Han. Vader, I was just saying I got the Return of the Jedi and Obi-Wan also, but this is just so badass, man. I couldn't pass this up, and so I'm gonna have 3 Vaders in my collection. And then Grievous, I don't have a Grievous, and that looks awesome also. So I gotta had to pick that one up. So these are all 3 wins in my book here.
Yeah, and I gotta get to 2 Chewbacca's as well, to kind of like have a temporary, like a New Hope kind of shelf going until I get
okay.
Until maybe they do that, because I wouldn't mind having them in the vest. And
that's what that's what I would do with him, because I want a Bestman Han, so I would have to just swap out his clothes.
Oh yeah, it does have 4.
It is 4. It is
nice. 4. Well, then sweet.
What?
4 LED lightsabers.
I thought.
Oh, it is 4.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. I thought it was 2. Okay, nice. Yeah, even better.
Oh yeah. And people were concerned about his hair helmet.
He's fine.
I don't.
Wait,
I think it looks good.
Grievous?
No, for Grievous. No, Han.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Helmet hair.
Helmet hair. Yeah.
So it's
like a hair helmet.
It's like a hair helmet, yeah. Just to move his eyes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. People were kind of shitting on it because of that, but I think it looked good, honestly. And if you watch the movie, it looks good. Pretty much just like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
He's fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
It looks great,
and then
dude.
Something else I just realized too when I was looking at these, going back and looking at the Vader photos, that I think that diorama base or that base is the same as Malgus, if not pretty close. I don't think I realized that. I forgot about that one.
You know how Chan skimps on the...
And it moves just like Malgus is too, I think.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, they showed some photos where it's tilted. Yep. Yep. Of course, they gotta. I mean, it makes sense, right? They're gonna reuse the
flag, Howard. We know what you.
Yeah. They're gonna use where they can. I just didn't realize it until I was looking at them like, oh yeah.
Yeah, until you said something, and I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
Dirty little so and show you.
So that was Han, Return of the Jedi. Vader, I think he was just branded Star Wars. I don't think he was based on anything. I think it was just Star Wars.
It's battle damaged. Yeah.
Money. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Grievous is Episode 3. Star Wars Episode 3, branded Episode 3. So it was those. And then the last set of surprise Star Wars announcements that I thought were surprising, anyways, to me, and it kind of seemed like others were. These creatures, we always talk about not getting enough creatures from Star Wars, and we got some here from Hot Toys. Another one we've been eagerly waiting ever since we've seen him teased at SDCC. Was that 2019? This is Kit Fisto, I think, is where he was first shown, and has been in the graveyard ever since. And alas. Huzzah! They have finally released or announced him. He's up for pre-order. Went up last year. So they got Kit Fisto up. Savaggio Press.
Big Crap just said Kit Fisto is on waitlist. Yeah.
Oh, on Sideshow?
On Sideshow, yeah.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, for those of you that were thinking about him, use that as an indicator. I'm not trying to cause any FOMO, but just if you're thinking of it, you're on the fence. Maybe keep that in mind. I don't know. Of course, you can wait and possibly get them later on in the future.
That's right. I'm getting Kit from Kit.
Are you nice? Yeah.
Listen to Fiji. I don't want to give you FOMO, but
just saying. Yeah. We've seen some figures selling out recently. All around. I mentioned Supergirl and $20.99 Miles Morales. I'm just saying, usually when figures sell out and they're hard to come by, they go up in price in the secondary market, but if you shop around, I'm sure you can get a deal if you wait long enough.
Yeah, patience.
Yeah, patience, exactly. It might be some years, but you'll eventually get it. Savaggio Press, man, another one that just came out of nowhere. I think people were hoping for when we got that, was that 2.0 Darth Maul from Phantom Menace, episode 1? I don't know if it was 3.0 or 2.0. Some people were thinking, saying hopefully, and because of the Dark Side event, people were speculating or hoping that we would get Savage. I'm one of them, and lo and behold, man, we got him, and he looks so badass. Yeah, I know. Rejoice!
Yeah. I'll grab a towel, stand back while you guys scream.
Yeah, Mike will be our towel boy. Yeah. Yeah.
Enjoy.
Yeah, there's another one.
Have fun, guys.
Yeah, I think there's another one. Mike heard us from the chat, heard our text from the chat. We're like, yes. Yeah, and then Plo Koon, man, another one that towards the end of the year, last year in December is when he went up. It was actually during, I think, one of the streams we were doing, and then he was announced kind of unexpectedly. We were like, whoa, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. This just in, breaking news. And yeah, so these three creatures, all three of these are, no, actually I take it back. I don't think Plo Koon is coming home for me, but Savage and Kit Fisto for sure are on pre-order for me. What about you guys? Any thoughts on these, or are you picking these up?
Again, another all three that are on pre-order. So
yeah.
I don't know. There's something about the name Kid Fisto that disturbs you. No, the Kid Fisto literally reminds me of a design of an alien character that Michael J. Straczynski would have designed for Babylon 5. He really.
Oh, okay.
You could replace it. You could put him on Babylon 5, and you wouldn't know the difference. And then the middle guy, Savage Press. The first time I saw him was way before this came out. About 2 years ago, they released him on a Black Series.
Yeah.
Because I walked into a GameStop and I saw him and went, wait a minute. This is my man with a yellow head. What's going on here? So I didn't even know who this guy was. I knew he had to have been maybe akin to Darth Maul, but
Yeah.
And then Broccoli Head guy here. I don't think I've ever seen him. The guy to the far right. I've never seen Broccoli at all. So.
Nope, Broccoli. Yeah. Or what is it? Turkey or like a whole chicken?
Yeah. Turkey.
I compare it to you.
Turkey head. Yeah. But Kid Fisto,
roasted chicken head.
Fisto,
yeah.
If I were to get any one of these, it would be Kid Fisto because I'm just saying he could be very universal. I could use him almost everywhere.
Yeah.
I like his design.
Yeah. Some people were saying like B mentioned, some people were saying he looks like an adult version of the Men in Black creature.
Well, see, there you go. I mean, you can put him in a lot of different places. He's got that kind of look,
Yeah, yeah, he does. Another option you can have for him, speaking of looks, for both Kit Fisto and Plo Koon, you can see it with Plo Koon here, but they also come with that interchangeable Clone Wars armor, just like Obi-Wan did and Mace did, which is awesome because that'll then fit in, because they're both branded Episode 3, I believe, Star Wars Episode 3, but again, just like those other ones, like I mentioned, Mace and Obi-Wan, you could throw on the Clone Wars armor and then put them with your Clone Wars figures, which is awesome. And I like that they did that. That's so cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for me, all these guys are coming home, for sure. Been waiting for that Kid Fisto since they teased him. And to have Savage finally next to, Maul.
Yeah.
And people watch Clone Wars, man. It's so fantastic. All the stories, and Plo Koon to have next to Ahsoka because he trained her before Anakin. So it's fantastic. I mean, Star Wars fans rejoice because it's freaking amazing.
Rejoice. Yeah, and yeah. Something else with the or something like this. Louder applause. The Savage Press was also interesting because they provided some updates not too long after they announced it, which was kind of weird because I don't think I've heard anybody complaining about the things that they fixed, but I mean, they did it. I mean, I don't want to say complain, but they weren't critiquing or criticizing anything about it that I was aware of. But yeah, Hot Toys just went up and I think they added some like teeth details, like teeth or extra details to his teeth, and then something about bandages around his robotic arm, I believe it was, or something like that.
Yep.
I don't know if did they add more or they just added the bandages?
I think they just made it more accurate to the show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And it's weird that Hot Toys, added those details to him when nobody asked for it. But when people ask for something, they don't change anything else to make it more accurate.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Also, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Like, what made him decide to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's funny. All right. Anyone else got anything on these 3 figures? So it seems like all around those Star Wars had a lot of surprise announcements last year, which is, like you were saying earlier, Star Wars fans rejoice, man. A lot of cool figures. Just kind of going back here, got these 3 here, Han, Vader, and Grievous, and then the Star Wars Legend figures. Yeah, it's a really, really awesome year for Star Wars fans as far as announcements.
My poor wallet, kid.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. A lot of people are looking forward to that one. All right, going on to some other. Okay, yeah, no, it took a minute to get here, but highs, lows, announcements. There was also a few controversies, kind of some debates within the community regarding some of Hot Toys figures. I know there's a lot going on, but some of them in particular that I kind of wanted to discuss and or touch on here was a couple of Hono. We touched on this earlier. Some the Hono figures, particularly these Wolverines, and then the '89 Batman. The biggest thing with the Batman is like as much as people were looking forward to this '89 Batman Keaton, the big thing was the suit texture. That's a lot of people. Some people were calling him avocado Batman, or some others like some sort of peel Batman, just because of the suit texture. A lot of people didn't really like how it came out, which is unfortunate, right? Because I know people wanted to love this. Some people were able to look past that. I got them, and that's not something that bothers me. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm not too particular or picky with details like that. And it's not as bumpy
in person. So I mean, it's not as it's still bumpy. Don't get me wrong. It's still like avocado, but it just.
Is it like reading Braille?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's yeah.
But Batman smells. Robin laid an egg.
Robin laid an egg. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a cool addition because I don't have a Batman with the first movie symbol on there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and this is fantastic, and I had to get that base as well.
Oh yeah.
So that's also fantastic.
About everything, I guess, right?
I'm just still wondering why. Why did you do that?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's weird because it's one of those things also where like it was. You go back and look at the prototypes. It was there. It wasn't as prominent, right? Maybe it could have been just because the lighting wasn't on it, right? And it wasn't well lit, but you can kind of see it there, and it just seems like it's now in the final product. It's like even more so. But
even in the film, it's not like that. Why would?
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Yeah, it wasn't that bumpy, or at all. It's kind of hard to tell in the movie too because you don't really see his suit, but it wasn't that obvious. Right?
There's plenty of pictures around there, and there's no freaking avocado texture to his suit.
Yeah,
there's like little divots here and there, but nothing even remotely close to what's going on there.
Hot Toys could easily.
Canceled mine because
Go ahead. They could easily eliminate the criticism by putting out an ad. Hot Toys, 82% movie accuracy.
Yeah. Again, it goes back to the accuracy, right? Like Hot Toys doesn't always nail it. There's plenty of examples we've already seen where the accuracy isn't there. And so, I don't know. It is a mystery to me, but it wasn't for me personally. It wasn't a big enough con a game changer for me. But I know, like Beam mentioned, some people it did bother him enough to where they just didn't want the figure, which is understandable, right? So,
right.
But yeah, speaking on the poll,
they redeemed themselves with the '92 Batman. So they redeemed themselves.
Yeah, with the returns. Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah, another option, right? For those who want Keaton Batman. Yeah, they have that one. That one looks good also, though. That one definitely looks good.
Yep.
And I was gonna say another, in regards to similar situations where, some figures where they had some mishaps, or I don't say mishaps, but some things that didn't really look right in the prototype photos that ended up sticking with the in the final versions were Cable. I think I recall a lot of people mentioning from Cable from Deadpool and from Deadpool 2. They had some photos without his jacket, and they were saying how thin he was, or
he's very thin without his jacket. Yeah.
That he didn't look right, and but that's how he ended up coming out, right? Yeah, and so he came out that way. But then I've heard people saying if you put his clothes on and this jacket, the shirt, then the proportions look fine. But it's just with that.
But that's
his arm's still skinny, so
yeah, he's still a little skinny.
Yeah, but you're putting clothes on a figure that should be there, Jeff. I mean, that's
They should have had the body proportions correct, and then the clothes on top, because they could have just used a thinner fabric or something like that. Hot Toys' inaccuracy rate is about 98%.
Wow.
98% of their figures are inaccurate.
That's
60% of the time.
That's devastating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a cop out to say that they can't get their figures so accurate being mass produced. These things are like, even with the price hikes and stuff like that, they're like $300 figures. There's no freaking excuse to have a mediocre figure at $300 freaking dollars. There's no reason for it, whether it's mass produced or not.
Preach.
That thing should be at least 98% accurate. If there's a few little tweaks here and there that somebody else can make or something like that, that's fine. But the figure itself should be at least 98% accurate. But it ain't. It's like you have a 70% accurate figure, and you have to do some things to make it to that 90% percentile to make it accurate. And then that's for a $300 figure. You shouldn't have to futz with your figure like that just to make it more accurate.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because there's some things that are like obvious design decisions that are like make a figure inaccurate. Like we were just talking about earlier about that Black Widow with the gauntlet. Like she there wasn't a scene in the movie where she had that, and I think based on what X-Men or Dave was saying earlier, that even in the deleted scene, I haven't seen it yet, but that wasn't accurate either. So, but they obviously decided to include that. I know we talked about on the previous Hot Talk that Human Torch, right? How he has like those flame effects, but I don't recall him looking like that in the movie. I could be wrong. Maybe that's in the deleted scene. I don't know, but that didn't seem accurate to a scene in the movie. So yeah, there's just certain things that they seem to do that aren't fully accurate. And there's like they take liberties, I guess, on certain things. Is what I'm trying to say. So some people, like we mentioned before, some people like that, some people don't, or I should say, some people don't mind, but others do. So it is kind of weird, again, what decisions or why they make the decisions they do.
Yeah, and then they should have made a Johnny Storm figure all lit up with fire, kind of like the shampoo bottle.
Oh, yeah. Red shampoo bottle, Johnny Storm.
Right, they could have done the shampoo.
But actually make his head light up, because don't pull a Darth Maul
or something like this or something.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
That would have been cool. Yeah, that would have been cool. So the couple other things here, going back to the photos here, we got the two Wolverines, both from Hono, and I'm sure you guys know where this is going with Hono. We kind of touched on this earlier, with one of them being the price, right? So I mentioned the first Hono Wolverine was released last year. That was a tiger stripe, and a lot of people were looking forward to seeing how that was going to come out well received. Consensus was positive all around for the most part. I don't think I heard too many negative complaints. But then not too long after, they released this brown suit one here, and then that was exclusive, right? And then some people kind of took issue to that because they had just released that, they had announced that tiger stripe, and then they released this brown suit. And I ended up getting mine quicker, honestly, than the tiger stripe. The tiger stripe took longer for some reason.
A lot of people
I don't
didn't.
know why, but-
Same,
it was kind of weird. That was like a weird thing. But yeah, a lot of people didn't like that it was exclusive and that they already released a variant of that first figure. And and so it was like, obviously people didn't like that. And for me, you guys know how I feel about exclusives. You know, that's not why I particularly collect figures, but I see it as a bonus. But yeah, I think one of the arguments was that people were saying that they shouldn't have come out with an exclusive that soon. But I don't, it's kind of hard to say. You know, what would be a defined amount of time they should wait, right? There's no rules, basically. There's no standards out there, and the company is obviously going to make the decisions they are based on, what they want to do and what's best for them. So, there's so it's kind of surprising to hear that people, think that they shouldn't have come out with one. Because at some point they were going to do it, right? It was just a matter of time, especially now that we know it's a Hot Toys owned company. Yeah. And so it wasn't too surprising for me personally.
Yeah, and you don't want it to cannibalize your previous pre-order either. Because some people probably canceled and just got the brown suit. Like you brought out two Wolverines almost together. It just it was weird.
Yeah, it was weird. I will say it was weird. It's kind of odd that they did that, but I think again we talked about this when this came out, and it was just, it made sense to me that they would do a figure that soon, similar to the one they put out, just because they were already in that process of manufacturing. That is what I'm assuming. I kind of likened it to the same situation as the iconic Ryu and Ken, similar bodies in the Akuma. So it made sense why they would do those three figures first, because they're all similar bodies. It'd be more efficient on the manufacturing side of it. Yeah. So I'm guessing that's why they did it here, but I don't know for sure. But obviously some people didn't like that, and but there was Hono never, or Hot Toys never put out really any like guidelines, or never gave a heads up or stated how they were going to approach certain things. They just said, hey, a new line, right? So there wasn't really any clarification.
They did say entry level.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to touch on too. Yeah, so it kind of along the same lines, right? You're right. They did say entry level. They said entry grade figure, I think is what they labeled the first Wolverine.
They sold the line as if it was for beginner collectors. Beginner collectors are not going to be spending $200 on these figures.
Yeah, and this is something else that we touched on also, like before in other streams, right? Like what is entry grade, and what is the actual, like in what context and what definition are they using it, right? Some people could say, was that entry grade for, like Mike was saying, for collectors who don't collect 1/6 scale? Is that entry grade as far as like pricing and the quality, as far as like it's like cheaper? I don't say cheaper, but not as the quality of materials aren't as premium, so it's more entry level in that sense. So yeah, again, they didn't specify, and they never gave a price range, right? They didn't say all our figures are going to be like under $200 or they're going to be around $150. Like there was no specification and price range. So the only thing we had to go off of is just us, what we in our heads were thinking what they should be, right? Which kind of then falls back to expectations. And
it's not the fault of us. It's the fault of their smoke and mirrors.
Well, I would disagree with that, honestly. I would say it would be expectations that we put on ourselves of what these figures should be, right? And sometimes that causes disappointment. Sometimes that causes a positive reaction, right? Because if you go into it thinking, what are you expecting entry grade? I mean, you in the general sense, right? If you're thinking
you cannot use a term like entry. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah. What is entry? Okay.
It does not work in this situation. You cannot use that term.
For you specifically, what price range would you put as entry? This is just an example. I'm not saying you're defining it, but like to you personally.
$150.
Yeah. Okay. You see, so $150 for you, but that could be different from somebody else, right? Somebody coming in
I'm
from.
not talking about. I'm talking about as an industry standard, not as compared to another collector. I'm talking about as an industry standard. If you're going to call yourself entry, $200 beyond entry. I'm sorry. Around 150 is more. I think the speed. But I'm just I don't know. This line it's once again. I just think it's all smoke and mirrors. It's just Hot Toys messing around, throwing out figures that they can because they're using this line to do it with. I mean, don't get me wrong. Apparently, people are happy with some of these.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this company, I mean, from the beginning, this is such a weird way of rolling this stuff out. It's just weird. That's all get out.
And I thought
yeah.
Sorry.
I'm like I said, the way they're marketing this is just all bullshit. But go ahead, Blue.
The way they brought out these entry grade, figures at, I think it was like 160. People got them in hand and said, "Whoa, this figure is beefy. He's got great." Joints, well made. He's heavy. He's got seamless arms, which usually cost more. I think they probably heard all that and are like, maybe we start charging more for it for what we do, or it's the market over there that says, hey, we have to spend more money to make figures like this, so we have to charge more.
Well, they're going to do that. They're going to do all of that market analysis before they market their company. They
should have, maybe. Yeah.
You cannot roll out a company and then go back and go, oh, okay. Well, no, we're going to roll out a company because this is what we see. They already know about silicone bodies. TV League has been doing it for decades. All of the things that it takes to do this, it's been out there for a long time. They can do all the research. Then you launch the company.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're doing. This is, and it stinks.
Well, they started out here, and then they're continuing here.
Go up too. They don't slowly go up.
And we're talking about in less than 2 years, fellas. In less than 2 years.
But I feel like these things are entry grade pricing because when I started, Hot Toys were still above $200. Yeah. And that was almost 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So to say, and they were just they were 16 years in at that point.
Yeah, but markets have changed. Markets have changed. You've got toy companies that weren't around.
People on a budget. People on a budget. They tend to shop third party.
Yeah.
And where's third party pricing? Typically, it's below 200. So, but when they're starting out and they're on a budget, people are going to look at this stuff and they're going to be like, "Meh, that's too expensive for me." So the reason why they're saying it's entry grade pricing is that they're pricing it lower. I mean, Hano Wolverine was $165. Magneto was $175. So anything under 200 is decent pricing for a licensed 6 scale figure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because once again, like I said, the markets have changed drastically since then. And you've got all these different companies, and their companies coming out with some really great stuff around that 150 mark. So I just think this is, they know exactly what they're doing. They're just trying to rook you in, slowly. Actually, this is the fastest. I cannot believe how
It has been
quickly
pretty fast. Yeah.
they're jacking these prices. It's
Yeah, that new
Mhm.
Spider-Man already at $200. That's pretty cool.
wow, that is way too quick, man.
Yeah.
$50
Yeah.
or $40.
Yeah, a smaller figure with a cloth outfit.
And remember,
Should
they
not
tried
be.
to jack up the price of that Wolverine too. And then they're like,
Yeah,
oops.
like $5.
Yeah.
Back down. Yeah. Yeah. And so this brown suit Wolverine here, this was an exclusive. It came with an additional faceplate in that red, the katana blade, the Miramasa blade. So that was exclusive to these Wolverines. And then not too long, actually I can't remember how long, but it was last year. And they ended up coming out with this unmasked, uncowled Wolverine here on the far right, Tiger Stripe, and that was a regular edition. And of course, again, some collectors were bothered by that just because they would have liked to have seen that as an option prior, and then maybe they would have gotten that one instead of the regular Tiger Stripe. So,
Or dang,
that
I
one
just got my yellow suit. Why is this out now?
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
it's just like bad timing.
yeah, it's bad timing. And again, we've seen that before from Hot Toys, right? They did that with the Chrome Mando from the Beskar to the Beskar 2.0. And then similar situation kind of for the Mark V. I think they brought out that Mark V reissue. And then I think before that was released, or just shortly after, sometime around the release of the reissue, they came out with that exclusive with the diorama base. Mark V, I'm not sure what the difference was exactly other than that. If that was the same Iron Man or what, but yeah, I think some people were kind of bothered by that too, because they would have wanted the I thought it was. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it was exclusive. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah.
Was it? Okay, I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% positive. I remember seeing it exclusive. I didn't see too much into what was exclusive about it.
Yeah.
But
And I
yeah,
don't
and
think
some people.
that it's impossible to get these. I'm pretty sure just recently I saw one of these Wolverines still in retail.
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah,
They're not selling out. I mean,
it might have been the unmasked.
the
one.
unmasked
I
is
think-
still up for sure.
Yeah, the
Unmasked.
unmasked. Yeah, because that's newer.
Hmm.
That hasn't come out yet. The unmasked one. The middle one, the brown one's exclusive. That's sold out. And then I think the last I saw, the Tiger Stripe, was sold out at most places, at most retailers. So I'm not sure.
Waitlist
That's
is open for both of them. Actually, now that I'm looking at it.
Oh yeah, for the brown and the Tiger Stripe.
Yep, for both. Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay, wait list still open. All right. So yeah, those just again, it's just kind of in my opinion, it just seems like sometimes our expectations get in the way of what figures should be or should cost, and then I know that ends up not helping us, but sometimes that kind of either detours us or that pushes us to get certain figures. In this case for Hono was the pricing and what it should be. That again, that varies per collector. We've already said, kind of mentioned here our thoughts on what that price should be, but I know that varies per person, and that's up to each collector to decide if that's worth it for them. And that also kind of goes back to the artisan as well. I know some people have thoughts on what artisan should include. I know Blue's famous for his artisan, and making that his motto, and what that should be, right? So I know obviously there's the rooted hair, but some collectors believe that everything should be premium, just almost similar, if not identical, to what Inart's approach. Me personally, I'm fine. I mentioned it before. I'm fine with not having all die cast and premium quality materials. Maybe depending on the figure and the price, I would rather have leather where it would be appropriate on the figure itself. For that longevity, if not leather, but something long lasting and not pleather, right? Like the Winter Soldier, I think they did that right. This is just a quick example. Like I prefer not to have the die cast arm, just because I'm sure that would have driven the cost higher for engineering for other parts of it. So I'm cool with that. But I know other people wanted the die cast arm. Yeah. But I'm good with the leather top and the vest. So that's a good example to me. That's, I think, how the approach Hot Toys should take with their artisans, excluding die cast, weapons and premium wood materials and things like that. But again, other collectors are different. They expect artisan to be, because it came out around the same time as Inart. They expect it to be as close to Inart as possible, because that seems like that's what they're trying to go for, and others have a different approach. So yeah,
and that's their Inart copy line. They think they can add rooted hair and be like, look at us, we're making Inart figures. And but they never understood what made Inart so special. It's because of the real materials that they're using. It's the leather, the wood base, the metal bars, the metal accessories, where warranted,
Yeah.
And they don't, as far as I know, they don't use pleather. They want their figures to last, and that's how it should be. Hot Toys is like, well, we're still going to use the same shit, We're still going to use the same pleather that deteriorates. We're still going to use the same crappy materials. And if they like the Bucky, awesome.
Yeah.
Leather top, and I don't know if he has a belt or not, but hopefully that's not pleather. It'd be funny if they had a leather top and pleather belt.
Crazy.
But that, to me, it's still a Fartisan because of that head sculpt. It's a mediocre sculpt. It looks like him at certain angles, but your head sculpt should not be certain angles. You went from nice pool that was like, damn, goofy ass expression, but you could tell that's Ryan Reynolds. You go from that to, that Johnny Stank Human Torch,
Yeah.
and then another crappy sculpt with Winter Soldier, or I don't want to say crappy, but inaccurate.
And he's work.
Yeah. But they need to do that all the time. And I know that people complain about the genuine leather. It's the crappiest leather. It's a better material than pleather.
Right.
They should be using that across the board for their artisans. If they want to use pleather, don't call it an artisan. If they do, that's where you get your premium materials. Whether it be genuine leather, whatever. But that's what the Inart should be. That should be their premium line. They don't understand what a premium line is. Hot Toys does not. And they need to get to a point where they figure it the fuck out.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like I kind of was touching on clarification, communication, right? Hot Toys doesn't really they're kind of vague in some of their wording. Again, going back to entry grade, they didn't specify a price, and then for artisan, they didn't really say what that's going to entail, right? They're just kind of stunning craftsmanship, and wool plantation is kind of what they imply that's going to contain. But outside of that, they didn't really say. And I get it from a business perspective, right? If you don't want to say too much, because then you're definitely going to have to be. You're going to have to. Well, I guess they don't have to, but in order to keep their reputation, they're going to have to stick to that, right? Whereas if you say less, then you have more flexibility, you have more options if you need to kind of change some things up, depending on what your approach is. And so I can see, in my experience from in my career, right, sometimes less is better, right? You don't want to say too much, because then it might kick you in the butt later on. Yep. So you want to cover your ass and try to watch what you say and not say too much, right? And I'm sure some of you out there who've dealt with like contract negotiations or terms or things like that, or how to deal with that, you can understand. And so I get it, but as collectors, obviously we want more information. We want like, hey, what do we get? What are we getting? What's guaranteed? We want some consistency. And so I see both sides of it, and it's I know it's just again, it goes back to our expectations and what do we want to expect to see with what we buy with our money, right? Again, that just varies per person.
Yeah.
How you wanna
But
spend your money.
Hono set that standard. This is what an entry grade figure is: ratchet joints, right?
Mhm.
Sturdy body,
Yeah.
posable.
Silicone arms.
Silicone arms were you know,
Silicone
were
arms, yeah.
warranted. Maybe that brought the pricing up. I don't know, but great paint.
Okay.
You know, great figure, heavy duty.
How much did it cost?
$160. Well, you know, plus tax and shipping from Sideshow.
Yeah.
$160 for this figure is a damn good deal. This is
Yeah.
what an entry grade figure should be. When somebody buys this and they're like, "Damn, this is what I got for $160. This is worth the money." They set that standard.
I'm willing to make a readjustment. No more than I'll go tack on another 20. No more than 170. Okay, because I want to take into account they're not fully silicone, but they are silicone pieces. So I'll add a little more expense on that, which is even $10 more than Blue got it for. So the 170. Okay, that's the entry enough. That's no more than that. That's all you get. So I'm willing to make that concession. But no more than that.
Well, there you go. That was just a taste of a sample of the controversies that were taking place for these figures throughout the year, right? Each time they came out. So, yeah, again, I discussed them on previous streams. So if you guys want to hear more about that, check those episodes out. Figure Lowdown, I think, and Hot Talk. You know, we covered these in addition to some of the Winter Soldier talk, and all that stuff. So we got a few more slides here to get through. I know this was a long one, just a lot of good discussion topic items that we're going through. So speaking of Inart, we got some releases from Inart that I mentioned earlier. So we had 3 from last year. So we got the Batman, the Pattinson, Aragorn from Lord of the Rings, and BVS Inart Superman. I think overall the general consensus is that these figures were great. The Superman, I think a lot of people were praising and loving. Yeah, there you go, blue flexing again. What's Battinson?
Yeah.
I think that one came out first. I believe it was. Yeah.
Officially, yes. Yep.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Some issues, or I guess some issues with some people on how they were released and how Inart's releasing their figures. You know, it seems like they're doing it in batches, but when they do get them, though, people are saying that they are awesome figures. So these were released last year. Paul Atreides came out, but that was towards the beginning of this year, 2025. And so we'll cover that in the next recap for next year. But yeah. Yeah, another a lot of praise for that figure as well.
Yep.
So let's see here. What do I got on these Inart figures? Yeah, I guess for the most part it was just that. I mean, nothing really. I'm trying to think. I think Aragorn. I think that was kind of mixed. I think some people were 50-50 on the head sculpt.
Yep.
But other than that, I think I even heard people like having to mess with the hair. I think the hair was kind of they didn't really, first impressions weren't good of the hair and things like that, and they had to do some modifications to it. But so that one seems mixed. But Batman, Batman and Inart Superman, I think were overall general consensus was good on that. Did Harry Potter release last year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it?
That was last year.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I guess I missed them. Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell because on Inart's website they don't really have blogger photos like Inart does, so they kind of share other photos, so it's kind of hard to tell. I thought it was next. I thought it was earlier this year, but so that's one I missed. So Harry Potter also was released.
If you go to their YouTube, I believe they have like when it releases, they have their unboxing or whatever. You know.
Oh, okay.
So.
Gotcha. So these 3
Ron's
plus Harry
super
Potter,
close too. I think Ron's releasing now.
Yeah, that's another one I wasn't sure of, and I just included him for next year.
Okay.
Again, kind of going off of
That was super close to the end of the year, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So be on the lookout for those next year on that recap. But yeah, you guys got. I know Blue. You have. Looks like you have 2 of these 3, or do you have all 3?
I have all 3 of
All
those.
3.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
BJ,
one of the ones with the disappointment in the Aragorn head sculpt.
Gotcha. Yeah.
In
I remember
the
you saying.
downgrade of that, yeah, it went from the greatest prototype head sculpt to his less attractive cousin. You know, it was like it was
Yeah.
Baragorn, or
Baragorn. Yeah.
yeah, it just it was, yeah, it just looked, I don't know, something happened with the paint around the eyes, or whatever, but it was at least a 7% step down from what it was.
Gotcha. You gonna say something, Bean?
Oh, and I've seen it in person. I've had to go over to his house and check it out. But
Yeah.
I think it's the hair, to be honest with you. I think they did
Is
not
it?
know how to style his hair from the film. When I looked at Blue's, he had like a Weird Al haircut. It was really freaking weird. Everything
Yeah,
was
both-
fringed.
Cool.
And
Both of
for
those-
some reason,
Both of the hairs came poofy.
all of it, it's freaking horrible. The hair
Yeah.
is just
Really?
nappy. And for some reason, like I said, it's fringed
Sure.
and really curly.
Hmm.
His hair's not really curly.
So it didn't
It
have
looks like
product in
it really looks like it's got product in it, but it
Oh.
looks like Weird Al's hair. It doesn't look
Yeah,
like
you just have
Weird
to wet it. You just have to
Like-
wet it and put
I see.
stick it down, and it'll
There's
Yeah.
work to
It'll
this
stay.
figure's head sculpt
yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure.
That's what I'm hearing and seeing. Yeah, that people had to do some work on it. So that one was unfortunate. Yeah, some people just didn't like it for that reason. I mean, well, aside from that though, well, I guess they didn't like doing that part, obviously. But aside from that, the figure itself, it seemed like everything else about it was great. So yeah, there you go. The Hot Toys Inart is starting to picking up steam here, because they had quite a few more announcements. I didn't go over them. I didn't make a slide for it, but they had a few announcements last year as well. So I just covered the releases here.
If they could
Some
seal the
news-
head sculpt a little better,
Oh, in the
maybe
jar.
it's hitting humidity in transit, and that's what frizzes it out like that. If they could seal that a little better, I think it'd be better for customers.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah. So people have reported issues with humidity, or are you just thinking that could be an issue?
I've seen it more than once where it came,
Oh, okay,
Frizzy.
gotcha. Okay,
So-
interesting. Gotcha. Yeah.
Gandalf came that way too. So yeah.
Or your the Gandalf that you got Gandalf also.
Yep.
Oh,
I
Something
pretty much
on
have
that
all
slideshow.
all the Inarts.
I'm gonna have to do something with that hair too.
Yeah.
Still waiting for mine.
You scared me to death, Bean.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
How you doing today?
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I didn't have announcements, official announcements, but Inart did unveil. Mike, you might be interested. I'm sure you were interested in this
I
as
was
well.
hoping you'd bring this up. Yeah.
So this is their 1/12 scale line that they unveiled at some conventions. I think at I can't remember which one was first, Wonder Festival or SDCC or San Diego Comic Con, but they showed at both. And this is their introduced as their Morfig line. These are 1/12 scale figures. Obviously not 6 scale, but I thought this was interesting and wanted to just kind of bring this up real quick. And these are just some of the figures, right? They had more that they showed from those conventions, but yeah, these Batman figures are awesome. These are all just variants or Batman in different universes. Universes, I.
University. Okay.
Yeah, universities. You have the Dawnbreaker there on the far left, like Green Lantern version. The Flash one here in the red, I think that's Red Death is his name, I believe.
Yep.
Batman Who Laughs there, third from the left, and then on the far right is Devastator, which is a mix of Batman and Doomsday, which I just learned today. Actually, I didn't realize that was the name. You can tell I don't read these comics, but yeah, these all look badass. I might get a couple of these depending on how much they end up being. But Mike, you got any thoughts on these?
Oh yeah. not all of these in particular, but there are other figures as well. If indeed the prices that I've heard quoted more than once, somewhere around, because they want to be, I guess, competitors, like somewhere between Morfig and Figure Arts. So people are speculating around $100. I'm telling you, if these figures are 120, I'm getting them. And what I'm
Oh, really? Wow.
Oh, without see, this will be this is going to be my way of having Inart product. And this is going to be
it's Morfig.
All right. Okay, come on. Well, we know who's behind it, right?
Yeah.
Come on. All right. Anyway, it'll be the first of its kind. They look great, and I'm literally going to put them in a section by themselves. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Well, and look what
Big Rib's got it right. Big Rib's
Easy put Inart, Morfig. There you go. Anyway.
That's what I'm Big Brother with now.
Hey, Big Rib, you know something? I love Todd, but sometimes Todd messes up. But no, seriously.
Yeah.
No, I am so excited that Morfig, a subsidiary of Inart, I mean, they did it. I really am, because like I said, it gives me an opportunity to have now really high quality, because I don't know, for some strange reason, I never was all that. I mean, I thought they were okay, but I wasn't like, oh man, I gotta give me a Morfig figure. Oh my, you know. And I respect those SA Figure Arts and Morfig, but he's just so wow. Look at the detail. It's just something. I'm all in on these. I'm all in.
Yeah, these look badass, and kind of to what Big Rib's saying. I think I don't know about all my McFarlane, but for sure I have the Dawnbreaker here, the Green Lantern one in the far left. I have that in McFarlane version, but this one looks badass. I think I might get that one and then just kind of give my McFarlane Dawnbreaker to my son or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then this Batman Who Laughs. Oh man, the detail on that looks sick.
I
can't zoom in, but that looks badass.
It's stunning. It's stunning.
Yeah.
They look very awesome.
They also, I didn't add the photos to the other figures, but they are doing a Bruce Lee in 12 scale.
Yes, sir.
They are doing from a Dark Knight trilogy. They're doing a Bale Batman and a Catwoman, Anne Hathaway Catwoman.
Bruce Lee is a guy.
What else? Yeah, and then they're doing some versions of Wukong. You know, I know they just released. Inart just put up their pre-order for the 6 scale version from the game, but they teased a 112 scale. It was like a, what do you call it? Like a blank canvas. What are those called? That's just all gray. I guess a gray scale, or like it's not painted yet. It was just like
it's really considered just a prototype.
Yeah, is that what they artist prototype or something like that, or I forget what they call it when those figures come out.
It's an artist kind of prototype. Usually prototype like that, before any kind of paint and anything is put on. It's just a model, kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, and then thanks for reminding Big Rib. The Morfig Arkham Origins Batman, he said is the one he's looking forward to. Yeah, that was another one. Arkham Origins.
So dope, man. It's so dope looking, man.
Yep. Yeah. So they have quite a. This is going to be an interesting one, man. An interesting line to see, because they're putting the same detail and attention to detail and design and engineering in these 12 scale. Yeah, these are going to be a good competitor for, like Mike was saying, to Mafex, Mezco, or some other third party figures that are pretty high detailed. So we'll see. I'm looking forward to these. Yeah, these are going to be. These are going to look awesome. And then I didn't some other 6 scale figures that I didn't include here that they teased was their Walking Dead figures. So they had a Rick, Grimes, Negan, and Daryl on display at the same convention. So those look cool too. So we'll see how those come out. All right. You guys got any other thoughts on Inart or any of the announcements or teases they had, I should say, from last year? Any of these surprise announcements or the news?
I do have one thing.
Yeah.
hurry up with your Reeve Superman.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yep.
That's another thing they showed photos of at a what do you call them, at a not a presentation, what is it called,
One of their events, they had him up.
yeah, it was like on a slideshow, or I guess it was pushing it, but I forgot what like that event is called. It's just kind of like a showing type of thing where they were doing a preview.
Oh, and what's that? Was that Vegas or something? No.
Vegas. It was Vegas,
Yeah.
I think.
Was it
They
Vegas?
Vegas.
actually
Oh,
had
yeah.
the figures there.
oh, they actually had the figures there.
prototypes,
Person.
yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
nice, yeah, but they're also
And-
doing 6-scale Reeve Superman. That looks awesome. Yeah, 2-pack, right?
Mm.
The Clark Kent.
Yep.
And the,
Probably, yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Nice.
they need to hurry up with that Catwoman, the Anne Hathaway Catwoman. They need to make a Batman Begins and get off their ass and make a Batman Begins instead of, because I mean, if they want to do the Dark Knight, the Batman Begins suit was in the Dark Knight, so they have no excuses.
Damn right.
So that should be first. And I second that Inart Reeve Superman. I think that's going to be awesome. I have no. I mean, these Morfigs look fantastic. I wish they were in 6-scale because I would probably buy them, especially if they were Inart. But Inart's being freaking weird about things. But the Walking Dead, I would buy those. I need a badass Rick and Daryl. Michonne,
yeah.
yes,
Oh,
absolutely.
They
And
need to do
Negan, yeah, absolutely. They should do Rick, Michonne, and then maybe Daryl and Negan.
Season 1 cast.
Yep. Shane.
The originals, the OG, yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, Dave's Man Cave IRL. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, this late. Appreciate you coming through. He says, yeah, Reeve Superman double pack, please, and the Catwoman Anne Hathaway. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another. They showed that at the exhibition too. There, Morfig is doing the Anne Hathaway Catwoman. It looks fantastic.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, along with the Bale. Yeah, Batman.
Yep.
That definitely looks good. All right, here. So let's see. Yeah, so that was all for Inart. Not that much, like I said. It was very Hot Toys heavy. There's a lot of figures released from Hot Toys. So that was those releases that we got last year. So Battinson, Aragorn, Superman, and then Harry Potter that I missed. I didn't get them on here, but yeah, that was, I guess, released towards the end of the year there. And now, so some other 1/6 scale. So we got a couple more slides left here. Getting there, man. I know it's a long one. Wow. The other miscellaneous 1/6 scale surprise announcement. I think it was Wonder Festival that a lot of people were stoked for. Were these Blitzway Ghostbusters?
Yeah,
man,
dude.
I know these were on a lot of collectors' lists. You know, the previous Blitzway Ghostbusters were selling for quite a penny. I think it was like over 1,000 each. If you can even get all four, from what I heard. I don't have them, and I wasn't seeking them, but it's just what I've been hearing. And so yeah, this gives collectors an opportunity to get not only just Ghostbusters, but the Blitzway Ghostbusters. And it seems that they are throwing in some additional head sculpts too, whereas the previous ones only had one head sculpt. These are apparently coming with two. I did see some photos though where Blitzway had pending license approval. So I'm not sure at what stage they're at with these. So they haven't been officially confirmed. They were just teased and shown at one of the conventions. Again, I forget which one it was. I think it was Wonder Festival. You guys correct me if I'm wrong here. I think it was Wonderfest, yeah.
When is this due for?
Say it again.
When is this due for release?
It's not even up for pre-order.
Yeah, we don't know yet. It hasn't been up for pre-order yet. So yeah, I guess they're still working on it, but I guess kind of to say it's there to come. So yeah, it's exciting. I'm sure I'll have more to discuss when they come up, and we'll talk about these on my channel. I'm sure you'll hear everyone else talking about them too. So
oh yeah,
just keep it locked.
None of you guys got the first round of this, right?
no,
First
nope.
Not I.
They were out before I was collecting. I think.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
But yeah, you can go to eBay and get them for $2,500 if you want.
Oh, I know how expensive they are in the secondary for sure.
2,500, really?
I'm wondering how much
Yeah.
this upgrade is.
And that says new sealed. I don't believe that for 1 second, but yeah.
Wow. I wonder if they're trying to get ahead of it and
Resealed. What was that
and
again?
trying to get rid of them before these come out. Because I'm sure some people are going to do that, right? They're going to want to.
You better believe.
Because once
it.
these come out, those are definitely going to drop in price. Well, no,
yeah.
I take that back. I don't say definitely, but
They
most
will.
likely.
Yes, most likely.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
I don't
what
know
was
for
that-
sure. I can't tell the future. Right? So, but,
Oh, I forgot what they just.
It's like the
released.
Ecto 1. The Ecto 1's up in price too, the original. Somebody's got that posted for $4,800.
Oof.
oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah. If you guys, if you're looking for, if you want Ghostbusters like right now, it may be a good time just to look at those if you're interested. Or, of course, if you just want to wait for the better, improved ones. I say better. I don't even know. That's another question too, because a lot of these, just looking at these initial photos that I can see, they look pretty similar except for the head sculpt. So I don't know to what extent these are going to be either a reissue with the extra head sculpts or 2.0 or what. So I don't know. I guess that's another thing too. Which kind of wait and see how these come out.
Yeah. And yeah,
I hope they announce them. Well, I hope they take a little bit more time to refine them and let me pay off a couple more figures, because when this comes out, I may want to get like 2 of each.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Guys.
2 scenes.
the joy
I
of
do not-
having children. And then, they better work on that Dan Winston, man. They need to get that shit right.
Yes, they need
None of it
they need to finally get Winston right.
Oh, God.
And I'd have to cancel the present Toys Ghostbusters, or just buy one of each and then use the extra head sculpt from this to put on the present Toys. I haven't quite decided yet, but either way, I'm gonna have two Rays, two Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
and hopefully they announce another Ecto 1, because I want one and I don't want to pay $4,000 for it. But finally, the Ghostbusters. I would, because I believe I was collecting at that time, but I was on the limited budget of one or two pre-orders a month, or or every couple of months, or I was just starting out, so I didn't even notice these guys. But by then, they were sold out and expensive, so I was like, so, Blitzway instead of
All right.
Starrace. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, Star Ace. Yeah.
Oh, come on, little Star Disgrace. Come on.
Yeah, Star Disgrace.
You know one thing I
Yeah.
just noticed just now, though?
What's that?
Egon's wrist peg.
Oh.
What about
I
it?
noticed it just now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Wow.
Yeah.
Pretty
Bet
out
you can
there.
see it, or
Yeah,
It
it's
is
pretty
too.
Right. It's in plain sight.
right there.
oh, I see.
Dang.
Yeah, the others. He's the only one that doesn't have gloves.
Yep.
I don't know if that's the same with the
Hidden
previous
in
ones.
plain sight, as they say.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't have Ghostbusters either. I got the present Toys on order just because, like others, those were the ones available at the time.
Yep.
I wasn't gonna pay Blitzway prices for the previous ones, so I'm not holding on to them for now, because who knows? I don't know how those are gonna come out, and I may be, like I said before, I just would like some representation. Obviously I don't want the worst quality, but as long as they're good enough, I might.
Better than Star Race. Oof.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, yeah.
And,
Yep.
and that's why I pre-ordered them too. And
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Big Rib, he's asking, they're asking how much it's going to cost. Yeah, we're not sure yet. They haven't gone up for pre-order yet, so
$7
we're still
million.
$7 million. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're still waiting.
Probably at least $300 a figure at this point. Blitzway. I don't know what Blitzway charges. I didn't buy the Kurt Cobain or anything like that, so I don't know.
God knows what Bill Murray asked for another round of, Hey,
Yeah.
how much?
Oh,
How
yeah.
much for another? Come on, man. You know it cost him. Oh my God, can you imagine?
They should put.
They had to rewrite it. It was too old, right? So they had to get the rights again. Holy cow!
Yeah, Blitzway, yeah.
Oh, you know those. You know Bill Murray held out for tons.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. Yeah. So these are figures I'm gonna be keeping an eye out. As so many of those are as well. Yeah. So we'll see how they come out. All right, last slide, last company / figure here that was a surprise to a lot of people. I think a pleasant surprise, but the verdict is still the verdict is not out yet on this. So this is, of course, the Jazzinc Catwoman from Batman Returns. So yeah, already up for pre-order. Went up last year. Jazzinc's first official foray, is that the term, foray, into the
yeah, that's a good enough word.
1/6 scale arena, I should say. Yeah, the challenger. He is a new challenger in the 1/6 scale landscape. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, it's looked good so far, but obviously the question is, this is being Jazzinc's first official figure. A lot of questions, again, similar to how we were with Inart at that time. So again, this is kind of doing it again, another contender just with the 1/6 scale figures. And so again, time will tell. Just like we said with them, we'll see how this comes out. I know others have mentioned, and Yost himself has mentioned, there is a possibility that Hot Toys still could come out with theirs. There's been some, if you want to say they're teases, maybe some people will say there's some signs out there that they could come out with one, but yeah, nothing's been announced yet from Hot Toys. So, but yeah, this is all here. You got the regular Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman there on the left, the battle damage version on the right, or you can get the they did a standard of each, a deluxe of each, and then the 2-pack comes with the deluxe of both versions, and also includes that diorama base there you see in the middle, that Hell Here window diorama rooftop base. And so that only comes if you get the 2-pack of both the deluxe versions. So you got options there. A lot of people were saying there's too many SKUs. I personally, I don't mind it. I'm all about the options, because if you want to get like a deluxe of one and a standard of the other, you can do that. Or for those that want the all-in package, I know sometimes it can be overwhelming, but for me, I like when companies do that, give you those options, and you're not tied to just one specific set or SKU. But yeah, the only thing is, again, it's just unknown territory here. We don't know how these are going to come out, and it's just time will tell. Time will tell. I don't know. What do you guys? I know we talked about this before. It's been beaten to death, but you guys want to give any general reiterate any of your comments, or just say anything on these real quick?
I wish there would have been a set where you just got the head sculpts and a body, to be honest with you. Because
so just buy the head sculpts. Okay.
I'm a collector where I don't need multiples. I really don't need multiples of one. Don't count the Iron Man. That's totally different. But with the way I'm collecting DC, I don't need 2 Michelle Pfeiffers. So it would have been nice to have an option to where all the head sculpts came in one with one body. Instead, now I have to go back and get the frickin' standard of the battle damage, because all I ordered right now is it's if I can even order it, or when I can even order it. But so all I got was the deluxe clean version. It would have been nice to have the battle damaged, but pricing and the inaccuracy of the diorama I didn't care for anyways.
Gotcha.
Because she stands inside her apartment, not outside her apartment.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Yeah, for sure.
That's me being picky. But yeah, otherwise, the prototypes looks really good. It's supposed to be out, next year? Or was it this year? I think it's next year.
Is it next year? Okay, I can't recall. I thought it was this year, but I could be wrong.
I don't recall.
Yeah,
but
same.
Kudos to him from going to where he is, or where he was, to now, to what he's doing now. He's doing great work over there. He's got some pretty good artists. And yeah, looking forward to this piece because no one else has made a licensed one. So
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think I honestly don't think Hot Toys is going after him.
No. Okay.
I don't think they're going to touch it.
They might.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. I mean, they're
that third party one's due up pretty soon too.
yeah. But I don't know. Hot Toys seems kind of petty in that regard.
I think we would have seen something by now, though. Really
It's
do.
called Chan's Ego.
They got enough artists. They got enough. I mean, I could be wrong. I probably am, but I don't see them doing it anytime soon.
Yeah,
I'm sure this will be released before they actually do one, because they want to get the details. They probably bought one for themselves and be like, "All right, what can we do better?"
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if they could do better, to be honest with you. I mean, Jazzinc is going like the Inart route with the diorama and the two figures, and I mean, granted, they didn't do the multiple heads or anything, but man, Jazzinc is expensive as hell.
Yeah,
and
you're paying for it.
Yeah, and they are working on like a very specific body, and the suit that is unlike the movie version in durability. They're working on a suit that lasts, and they got to do that from scratch. And they've been working with artists that's done it before and stuff like that, and they got to pay them. And but I went for the all-in because I wouldn't mind one Catwoman with the regular suit Batman, and that battle damage version with the cowl ripped off of Michael Keaton.
Yeah.
I need a Max Shrek though to go in that scene as well.
Yeah, there's like we kind of touched on earlier. Mike had mentioned this about I know Yost is pretty transparent about the process, and he's gone on interviews and he's talked about this, and he's open to feedback, which is awesome and it's cool. So there's just there's planning, and you can tell he's putting some, it seems like, at least from what I'm seeing, is he's putting time and effort into the engineering, the design, but it's just how well it's executed, right? We talked about, I forgot what figure it was, but there's like an idea and a plan and a design, but it's just hopefully the execution is right is what ends up being the final product, obviously. So it kind of goes without saying, but hopefully that just is able to come through in the designs and how he plans and how things are coming through in the everything basically that he's working towards, and it comes out as expected. But there again, right? Expectations, that's the thing. We got to see how this ends up being, but yeah, I've said it before, win-win if it comes out this great and as planned. So we shall see. All right. Anyone else got anything on this? No. All right. Nope. Man, ladies and gentlemen, panelists, that was the last one. We did it. We got through it. That was a hell of a stream. Yeah. Hell of a stream. Yay, we did it. Yeah, man. Yeah. This is going to be up there for one of my longest. Yeah, one of my longest streams. But gentlemen, thank you for staying as long as you did. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know this is never expected. But real quick, thank you all again to all in the chat who stayed this long and who popped in and out and who are just tuning in. Speaking of, Renz, Tolentino, that's good evening, everyone. Just in time, Renz. You caught us just about to sign out. But yeah, that was it. 2024 1/6 scale recap. I'll go in and put the timestamps in the description sometime tomorrow. I'm gonna get some rest first and recharge. And it's a school night too. School night for me. Mm-hmm. But real quick, any of you want to mention anything before we head out? Beam, we'll start with you.
Just hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already to PC. Great channel, great stuff. Thank you for buying merch, PC. Appreciate that very much.
Oh, you caught that? Nice. I wasn't sure if you were going to see that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Man.
I got that. The green crew shirt. That's awesome.
Yeah. I wanted some color. You know what I mean? Like
Hell
color.
yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, that's about all I got. I'll let Blue do the rest.
Yep. All right, Blue.
Thanks for having me. It's always a good time. Like and if you're watching on the replay, like it and share it to whoever hasn't seen it yet, and because PZ is awesome and gotta support. And the blue coin is out now.
Oh, what? Wow, you were working on it, yeah.
My brother actually. He sent this to
was
me.
working on it. Nice.
Yes.
I'm really impressed.
Right when it was mentioned,
Speed
I was
in
like,
which-
nah, I gotta do it before I forget about it.
Yeah.
So,
It's out now, so go buy it.
Yeah.
the blue tattoo
Blue
coin,
coin.
because the blue coin already, it's a blue tattoo coin.
Oh,
'cause blue coin
blue
already,
tattoo coin.
already exists.
No,
Oh,
I
does
blue
it?
tattoo coin. All right.
I gotta have at least one.
So for those of you that are joining us late, who missed it in the beginning, that's referring to we were kind of joking that Blue's a celebrity now, having his his comment retweeted by James Gunn and outlets that he should come up with his own Bitcoin or his bit currency.
Yeah.
Hence Blue Coin, but I guess Blue Coin's already taken, so
Yeah.
Blue Tattoo Coin is what
All
you
right.
got.
That's the name.
Dude, you're talking about Blue in Juneau, Alaska, bro. That's
Yeah.
how far.
Juneau,
That's how
Alaska. Dude.
Got Eskimos going, Blue Tattoo.
Just
Like
like that.
you on the phone.
Yeah. Look. Hey. No offense. I'm sorry to anybody out there.
Yeah. All right, but thank you both for that. I appreciate that. Those kind of words there for the channel, and I appreciate that. Any support that you guys give and any of those watching is definitely always appreciated.
Oh, and did you have merch?
Yeah, that's what Beam was mentioning. I bought a shirt the other day, and I just got notification it's shipped. How does that work, by the way? So, like, if someone buys something, you get notified, and do you have to like actually go through and put process the order, or how does that work?
No, they do. They take care of everything. I just
okay.
I do get notified when something's bought though.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hey, how
Yeah,
many?
man,
In case I want to
to it.
send a thank you note or
Oh, okay.
What
Good.
have
Oh,
you?
that's cool. Yeah.
Do you have to have a certain number of subscribers to get a store?
it is the 500 mark, I think.
Okay.
Oh, I see. That's the
That's for
minimum
super
to get, like
chats.
the super chats and stuff.
Super chat
Yeah,
and
okay,
store
gotcha. Yeah.
option, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew 500 for super chat. I didn't know anything about Okay, cool.
Yeah, super chat.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 500 for super chat and merch.
Funny. We'll trade autographs, man.
Yeah.
Trade autographs. Yeah,
Yeah.
Awesome.
definitely.
Renz and Blue are gonna trade autographs.
hmm
Yep. Mr. Michael Elliott, anything you want
Yes.
to plug?
Yes, sir. So the name of the new channel is Figure in a Bubble. This avatar is my logo. So if you're still with us and you haven't subscribed to Figure in the Bubble, please do. I would appreciate it. And then on Instagram, you can find me at Elliott Media _arts. That's Elliott Media _arts. Elliott is spelled with 2 L's and 2 T's. I will sometime between now and the next collector's figure. I worked out a fun little diorama that I think I'm going to show off, and then I do also have a figure reveal that'll be coming out as well. So yeah.
Oh, nice.
Now, and once again, Feezy, I want to thank you for letting me get out alive tonight. I was expecting a bloodbath and no gashes, no cuts. I appreciate that, my friend.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Glad you had a
Everybody
pleasant
gets out
experience.
safe.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
gets home safe and
That's it,
gets
yeah.
out safe. Yeah.
Yeah, that Feezy's 20s, no joke.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You've done
was
well
fun.
a couple of times there, yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah, but with
Last
the
one was
aid
really
of,
fun.
with the aid
Yeah,
of
dude.
my pals.
Yeah.
If they-
Yeah, it's
if
definitely
they
harder
weren't-
when you're by
Yeah,
yourself.
if they weren't with me, there's no way I would have made it out.
Yeah. It is fun too. Yeah, like Bean was saying, it is fun when you have others and you kind of bounce ideas to talk with.
Yeah.
And, yeah, that just make it. Yeah, but that was a fun episode. Last Hot Talk episode 11, where we flipped the script. So check that out if you guys haven't
Yep,
already.
BZ was playing, so go check that one out too.
Yeah,
That was
was
a good
awesome.
one. That was fun. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, thank you again, gentlemen, for staying as long as you did, for being here for this recap, another recap in the books, and thank you for all watching again. As Beam and Blue mentioned, if you found any of this entertaining, fun, informative, whatever, don't forget that like button. That would be really appreciated as well. And
Even if you
with
didn't hit the
that,
like button.
yeah, even if you did, yeah. With that, we'll catch you on the next one. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Later.